So, here we go. After returning from the mansion, debriefing with Gladstock, you acquired a new recruit, Slab, a hulking ogrin, one of only 2 survivors from when Inquisitor Mesmeron had hunted and trapped Seraph before exercising Spear from her favourite acolyte. "Well," says Mr. Gladstock, gazing up at the hulking form of Slab, "that's an unexpected development. It appears you have a new friend, Miss Calamere." And Slab, the man before you, dressed in a well-tailored suit, with not a hair out of place, turns towards you and addresses you. He says, "Hello there, big fellow. My name is Mr. Gladstock. I work for Inquisitor Mesmeron. Do you remember Inquisitor Mesmeron?" And what about Seraph? Do you remember Seraph?
She the woman who can't hit things.
That's the one, yes. And what if I said the name Spare?
Hang on. I've got something lined up. Say that again.
And what if I said the name Spare? That's what I thought. We, Slab, like you, serve the Holy God Emperor. Would you like to help us hunt some heretics and maybe kill Spare this time, instead of just knocking him around a bit?
Yes.
Excellent. Miss Calamere, I'll have Jeeves bring you a bed, maybe 2. We'll set your new friend up down in the basement. I assume he'll want to be near you. Mr. Glenson, he says to Ted, you'll come with me. I have some questions for you regarding your work with the black metal. Afterwards, we can find work for you here, should you wish to join our cause. The alternative is, well, I'm sure you understand there isn't one. Aye, sounds great, says Ted. Ricelor, I think it's best if you return to Spire Pagny before people start to notice you're missing, and you best make up some excuses for your wife's absence, too. The rest of you, return to your duties. I'll continue with my research on demon hosts, so that by the time Gaius and the others return, we're ready to... He pauses, his attention drawn to Spring. Where the hell did you get that, girl? Spring is twirling round and round on her finger a pistol. It's a very strange-looking weapon. It appears almost organic in design, but it has something of a metallic sheen to it. What? This? She says, holding it up. I bought it. Gladstock suddenly pats himself down, and then a look of relief spreads across his face. He reaches into his suit jacket and he pulls out an almost identical weapon. And those of you that have fought alongside Gladstock have seen him use this weapon before. It's clearly xenotech of some kind. And he says, bought it where, girl? Oh, Baz's mate's place, she says. Baz? Asks Gladstock. Yeah, Canny's mate. Chopper Baz. Give it here, girl. That's a very dangerous weapon, says Gladstock. Aren't all weapons dangerous? Asks Titulos. Shut up, you're not being helpful. Spring, that weapon is a Slouth weapon. Do you remember when I told you about the Slouth? Yeah, there's real bad, and they eat people, and you've got one inside you. How did it get there? Did it climb up your... Give it to me, girl. Gladstock interrupts her. Spring's eyes go wide. She looks afraid for a moment as Gladstock takes a few steps towards her. Cautiously, she holds out the weapon. Gladstock takes it. And there's a look of embarrassment on his face as he turns away. Forgive me, that was uncalled for. None of you notice why he's apologizing to Spring, but something scared Spring. Spring, this technology, it can corrupt you. It can make you bad. Do you understand? Spring nods. She still looks terrified of Gladstock. I'll find you a weapon, one from my personal collection, but you cannot have this. Come, let's you and I go and have a word with Canny's mate, this Chopper Baz. The rest of you, you all look a little worse for wear. Go and see Pench, and then return to your duties. But do not leave the mansion. Rysalor, hold off on returning to the spires. I may have work for you.
Excellent. That sounds good to me.
Okay,
Will it involve killing anybody?
Who knows? Possibly. Yeah. There's always a possibility.
I like possibilities very much.
So you're going to have about an hour before Gladstock comes back. So is there anything you'd like to do in that hour?
Just be Pench and make sure I'm bringing up scrap.
Okay. Siegfried's off to see Pench. Oops. Oh, for God's sake, why is it doing this again? Here we go. Right. Okay. What about Theranos and Slab? What are you up to?
Don't really know.
I might grab something to eat before I head back out, if you don't mind, sir.
By all means, go see Missy.
That will do. I'll get a bit for you, Tits, as well. What do you want to eat, big boy? What would you like? I'll get Missy to get you a triple sandwich for you. I'll bring one back with me, mate. Let's do this one of those nice packable figures.
Alright, let me just sort this out. I've got people in the wrong place. Right, so Theranos, Titulos, you're off to the kitchen. Siegfried, Ted, Jarek. Jarek's not even wounded, I don't think.
No, he's not.
So he doesn't have to be here either. Dr. Pench. So where are you going, Slab? Are you going with the brothers Syrian to the kitchen, or are you following Veneta?
Oh, I'll follow the food.
All right, I'm just in one of my games, actually.
Actually, no, I'll follow Vanessa. She's my little buddy.
Okay. Right. So.
Where are we going, buddy?
Vanessa says, we're going to see Dr. Pench's infirmary. Dr. Pench is currently with you as well. And you see this man. He's quite small. He's only about 5'6", quite slight built. Bit of a sort of waxed moustache curled up. Delicate rimless spectacles on his face. He's a bit of a mincer is the best way to describe Dr. Pench, the way he walks. But he leads you all back to the infirmary. Veneta says to you, Slab, says, some of us were wounded in our last deployment. Dr. Pench here is going to make us better. If you ever get hurt, you come and see Dr. Pench. Understand?
Slab don't get hurt.
Well, I hope for your sake that's true. But there's very few of us here that don't end up getting hurt one way or another. Right. Spring's not there either. I don't know why I've put Spring there. Oh no, Spring will be there briefly. So Mr. Gladstock and Spring actually come along to the infirmary to start with. And Mr. Gladstock tells Dr. Pench, "Can you take a look at Spring first? We need to be on our way. We need to go and see Canny's friend, Chopper Baz." Gladstock shakes his head, clearly in disgust at the ridiculousness of the name Chopper Baz, for which you can blame Alan. Okay, so Hayden, I'll give you a view of the kitchen with Missy and Thomas, and the rest of you should be over in the infirmary. Right. As you enter the infirmary...
Missy.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'll come back to you, Hayden. I'm just going to deal with this healing because it's going to be a bit of a dick ache.
Okay.
Dr. Pench says, everyone please take a seat on one of the beds and I'll make my way round you all.
I'll sit right on the end of one of these bed things and try and tip it up.
Okay. As you sit on it at first, there's this creak from it, and you realise, if you put any more weight on it, it is probably going to collapse. They're quite frail-looking things. Let's see if Pench notices. Pench hears it creak, and he looks at you and says, "Yes, I think I'll perhaps get..." No, he doesn't. He says, "Oh, right, I think I'll get Les to come in and modify one of the beds for you, buddy, just in case you do get hurt and you need to be in here."
Okay.
You just go steady, though. I mean, to be fair, the beds, if they do get broken, they'll repair themselves, but, it won't be very good if I'm operating on you and you suddenly fall to the floor, will it?
No.
Right, let's do some healing quickly. Where's Pench? There he is. She's going to start with Spring. The wonderful thing about Dr. Pench while he's in his infirmary is he can't fail to heal you. But he can do not so well. Right. So let's have a look. She is critically wounded. So 1 plus degrees of success. So that's Spring. 6. What's her toughness bonus? Is 3. 1.5. 7. Okay. He manages to heal Spring for 7 wounds, which takes her out of the critical area. She's still not great, though. And then he comes round to you, Siegfried. You've got a few low-level las burns from the fight against the false men. None of them are that bad, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
So
Do be careful, Doctor.
that's... he says, "You know me, Siegfried, always very careful." And then he gives you a wink and taps his nose. You get the impression he's maybe talking about something other than what you're talking about.
Okay.
8, 9. 10. Heals you for 10 wounds, which puts you back on full.
Yay!
Then he's going to go to Ted. Ted is going to be 4. 7, 5, 6. 6 wounds in total. Then Venetta, this is going to be the big one because Venetta's in quite a bad way, I think. So 3. Where's Alan? There's Alan. 3, 4, 5. Only 5 wounds to Venetta. Oh. No, she's... Oh, she used some fate points, didn't she? Yeah. So she's back on full. And then he comes over to you, Slab. And says, all right, hi, big guy. I need to take some blood and just do some tests. And he holds up a needle. Is that all right? Okay, right. Just it might hurt a little bit, but nothing bad, you know. And he goes to sort of take a blood sample and just bends the needle straight away. He's like, fucking hell. Just a minute. Somewhere I've got some of them animal gauge ones. And he starts rummaging around through his drawers. He comes out with a much bigger, thicker needle. And as gently as he can, tries to draw some blood from you. I'd like you to make a toughness test, please, Slab. You don't feel a thing. He was right. You're a big guy like you know, you can shrug off something as simple as a needle. And then he says, oh, and also, he holds up another needle-like device, but it's sort of like built into a gun. He says, I'm just going to have to give you a little stab with this. It's not going to hurt you. It's nothing bad. Everyone in here's had it. Is you okay with that? And he puts the gun against the side of your arm and pulls the trigger, and you feel this pressure. Make another toughness test, please. Yeah, it's all right. It doesn't hurt. It's a good job it doesn't hurt, because who knows what an Ogren will do in pain in an infirmary. He says, that's like a magic key, special key, that lets you get in and out of this house. And also, if we lose you, we can come find you. Isn't it clever?
You won't lose me.
Well, no, it'd be pretty hard to lose you, but stranger things have happened. So we lost the last one. And then he wanders off. Says, right, I think most of you were looking pretty good. Pretty good to say you were a bit banged up when you turned up. Looks like you've had some medical work done recently as well. A few sutures here and there. And Venetta says, yes, that was Lady Pagny's physician, a Dr. Festus Bouquet. He insisted he was a real doctor, repeatedly. Dr. Pench says, well, nice to know one of us is, ain't it? Just joking. Of course I'm a real doctor. He said, right, you're all good to go. With that, we'll switch over to Therinus downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're quite welcome, Slab. Please, call me Killian.
Okay, Doctor.
Yeah, okay, right, fine. Downstairs, the Syrian brothers push their way into Missy's kitchen. As usual, Thomas is sitting in a high chair. He's got some wooden blocks that are shaped into very crude sort of animal shapes. Missy is currently over by the stove. She's got a large pot of soup that she's stirring, and you can smell some meat roasting somewhere. And she turns as you enter and she says, oh, well, hey, boys! It's a long time since I've seen you two down here.
Oh, well, Missy, I'm starving, and I thought there's no better to sate my appetite than come raid the fridge.
Well, you can raid the fridge if you want, but I got some rasher soup on the boil here, and I got a roast in the oven, too.
Well, I was going to ask you, would you be able to do some pack-up? We're off out.
Pack 'em,
Sandwiches,
sure.
yeah.
I love to make my boys sandwiches. And then she looks over her shoulder and goes, Thomas, stop that. And you turn quickly to look at Thomas. Make a perception check. Sight-based, if that makes a difference.
I think it does for this guy. Yes. Awareness, yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you turn round and Thomas is just sat there smiling away. He doesn't seem to be doing anything. You don't know why Mrs. yelled at him to stop that. You turn back towards Missy, and as you turn back to her, you hear something thud on the floor, and you look behind you, and one of the wooden blocks, these little wooden animals, has fallen off Thomas's high chair table, but it's over here somewhere, not near his table. It looks like he's maybe thrown it.
Well, that's Wayne sometime, doesn't he? So
sure, you want
military training.
Says, you want some sandwiches making, boys? Is that it? How many am I making them for?
Well, you're making them for me. You guys slab. I reckon he'll eat like canny.
Oh, another boy with a big appetite. We're going to have to start
He's big.
Doing a bit more regular shopping, and I hope it don't end like last time. From what I remember, Fairness, you got shot in the chest.
I know. It's terrible. I was going to the stall to buy groceries in the 41st millennium.
That was like one of the most ridiculous sessions ever, where you went food shopping and ended up getting shot at point blank range by an auto cannon.
Yeah. Just took too big a bite that day, Missy.
Well, I'll make a big batch of sandwiches. I do hope Canny's doing okay. I made him quite a lot the other day when I packed him up. Probably only enough for the first morning or so. And she's making these sandwiches as she's talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Missy. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be all right. You know those lot. They always come back, don't they?
Yeah, I'm sure they're all fine and dandy, all in one piece.
Usually the people around them which die off.
Yeah, and I mean, Canny is a big lad. He can look after himself, and so can Gaius. And Miss Trent here, she's handy in a fight when she wants to be. I do worry about poor little Otto, though. He ain't.
Oh, me too. He's made for fighting.
He's not made for fighting. I heard he's done pretty well out there, but he really should be in his office behind his desk where he's safe. I fear for that boy's life. I gave him my special flask. It belonged to my and she looks at Thomas's. Well, Thomas's father. It used to bring him luck.
Did it?
Yeah.
Bring Otto much luck.
You have it on him when he died.
Who's died? Oh, you mean Thomas's?
Yeah.
Oh well, I don't know if he's dead or not. We never found any remains of him. And back on. Wait. Back on. What world is it? Back on Lugnum. He was quite an important man. He's master of the house, and I was always forbidden from talking about it. But I mean, these days it seems like such a little thing to have had such a clandestine affair with a man of means for such a low-born girl like myself.
Oh, it's like that way, were it? Like me copping off with officer's daughter.
Yeah, that sort of thing, really. I mean, he wasn't no, planetary governor or nothing, but he was quite a highfalutin man, and I was his maid, and, well, we had a few good nights together, and Thomas was the result, but then that whole thing happened on Lugnum, and, well, they don't know if he was one of the victims or not. And you do know what she's referring to. Lugnum is the world that Seraph was unleashed upon while Speyer was possessing it.
Who knows what happened on Lugnum?
Well, there's some some bad things. I mean, we heard rumors and stories, and there was a curfew. You know, folks were told not to go out at night. There was a killer on the loose. Well, days it went on. So many victims. I don't really remember how it all came to an end. I know it did. That's all. And then I've been here ever since.
Well, let's not talk about too much, Missy. Looks like it's a painful memory to try to remember.
Sometimes it hurts to think about what happened those days.
Must have been a fine-looking man looking at Thomas.
Oh, he was. He was the most handsome man you ever did see. She
Thomas
smiles.
must get a few... You say Thomas must get a few looks from you, Missy.
Well, I think he's got. I think he's got my hair. She's got really curly hair, and so has young Thomas.
Well, how are those sandwiches getting on them, Missy?
She's made quite a few, and she's piling them into like a 41st millennium version of a cool box, basically, which bizarrely there are rules for in one of the books.
Amazing!
It's really weird.
Oh, that's wake up time for Heresy alarm.
And she hands you over this box. There's probably about a dozen sandwiches in there. All of them are like big foot long, like Subway type deals as well.
Oh, this is amazing. I'll say thank you very much and get out of the room with fairness. And was 2 extra each, and then take the rest of the to the place.
Okay.
Just one in the room.
Okay, is anything else anyone wants to do while you're waiting for Gladstock and Spring to return?
Siegfried's going to go down to the kitchen as well and just get some food. But you can ask for a steak, rare.
Okay. You enter the kitchen at about the same time that Titulos and Theranos are leaving, and you see them carrying this big cool box.
Go stay cool, Siegfried. Walk past.
He's going to do a sarcastic salute.
I'm just gonna grab a beer. Hang on.
Because he's a dick.
Old Siegfried.
Siegfried. That sounds really bad.
Man of the 41st millennium.
Yeah, he is. He's not nice. He's not a particularly nice person. Often. He has his odd days where he has display of compassion here and there.
Siegfried, he was quite nice to Spring in the last session.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know what it is. I think it's just.
Maybe it's because she reminds him of his younger sister, who is dead now, along with his mother and father and his other siblings and his aunties and uncles. They killed everyone, Siegfried, even the household servants, even the family pets.
That memory comes unbidden to his mind, and then he twitches a little bit. He gets a bit of a tick, and then he's like,
"Yeah, we haven't had any Siegfried torment for a while, have we?"
No.
Which is funny because as you enter the kitchen, there's this smell. It's a familiar smell. You recognise it immediately, Siegfried. Rashor soup.
You're going to kill friends in mode now, kill everybody.
No, but it triggers something in your mind, and you've encountered this soup before a number of times, and each time you smell it, or it gets mentioned, or you even tried it when Lady Pagny came to dinner, and you remember thinking to yourself, "Oh, it's your favourite Rashor soup. You know, you haven't had it for so long," and you thought this shortly after saying that you'd never had Rashor soup before, and you got a bit confused. And also in the past, the mention of Rashor soup has come up when you were looking at the pictures of Mesmeron as a child, And when you experienced that strange moment where you saw that woman with the hunchback that seemed to writhe and move of its own free will, there was the smell of Rashor's soup in that dream as well. And now as you walk into the kitchen, you smell the smell of Rashor's soup. You see Thomas sitting there in a pushchair. You see Missy cooking, and for a brief moment, you're not here. You're somewhere else. You're in a small, cramped, one-room home. And there is a man and a woman and a young girl and a dog in this room. And the woman is stirring this pot of soup. And you are watching this happen from the perspective of yourself being in a high chair, strapped into a high chair, waiting with a spoon in a grubby little mitt for some of this soup to be brought to you. And a man crouches down in front of you, and you see this figure. It's your father, much, much younger than you remember him. And he says, "I'll be back soon, Siegfried." And he gives you little rosy cheeks, a squeeze. And your mother speaks to him and says, "How long will this go on?" Your father caresses her gently and says, "Fear not, my dear. I'm sure it won't be like this forever. And besides, we've been promised such rewards." And then you snap out of that moment and you're back in Missy's kitchen. Missy's staring at you with concern. She says, "Are you okay there, Mr. Siegfried? You look like you were seeing a ghost."
Having one of my funny turns, I think it's an age thing. Let's see. Can you, is that Rashford soup you've got there?
It is. You want a bowl?
I'd love a bowl.
Okay, she serves you up a bowl, gets you some freshly baked bread out as well, and takes it over to the table and puts it down. So you should have a seat, Master Siegfried. You're looking a little pale there. Oh my God, she just turned into Tommy Lee.
He's going to have a seat, and he's going to look over at Thomas and just wink out.
He does it back to you again. You've taught him some bad habits. So, Dave, about 3 years ago, when Siegfried first met Thomas, the toddler, he gave him a little finger gun salute. And the little boy has learnt to do this back to Siegfried now. And at one point, because Siegfried's a fucking psychopath, he even gave Thomas his gun to have a look at. And Missy freaked the fuck out.
That's what Hannibal did when he met him. Gave him his rifle.
I know. It's like everyone gives Thomas. And the funny thing is that Hannibal and Siegfried are both assassins. And they've both given their weapons to this fucking 3-year-old boy.
They'll probably be more lethal than we ever could, speaking from experience. My 3-year-old's lethal. He's so ruthless, absolutely ruthless. I'll sit down. I'll have some tea, and I'll just think to myself about this, trying to mull over these memories for the Rashford soup. Rewards. What did it mean? What did it mean? Rewards for what? How have I just remembered this just now? He just takes it off and it's like very strange. Then he's gonna start eating the rest of the soup.
Give me give me a willpower test, Siegfried. I'll do it for you, I suppose.
Cheers, mate.
Where are we? There we are.
Wish I could.
Okay, as you're racking, that's 3 degrees of failure, by the way. As you're racking your brains trying to think about why you would think of this, why the memory of soup is doing these strange things to you, you remember another flashback, another memory to your childhood that you had about a month ago, just before Mesmeron left. And oddly, most of your flashbacks and strange dreams haven't... they seem to stop when Mesmeron left as well. But one of the last ones you had before she left, you remembered hiding in a barn as a young child, probably a little older than Thomas is. And you thought it was all fun and games hiding in this barn, playing hide and seek with your sister. And then some men came into the barn, and one of them was your father. And you never saw the faces of the other two, but they dragged a fourth person between them who was hog-tied with a hood over their head. And they basically opened a trapdoor in this barn, and something came out and began to eat this fourth man that was bound. And then you gasped in horror. Your father realised you were there, freaked out, and that's how this memory came to you. And that's also how it ended. You just remember seeing them feed this person to something, and the one thing you remember about this thing that came out from the ground, it was like it moved almost like liquid, but it had like a humanoid form to it, and it glinted as if it was somehow metallic. I don't know if you remember that. That was a long time ago that you had that vision.
Eat the flower.
You can do me a quick bit of meat. So you a bit of steak.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
might
she
bring me
sorts you out a steak.
Fantastic. And I think he's just going to look at the. He's going to, as he's cutting the meat, he's going to swish it around in the blood that's on it and smile.
I'm going to ask for a toughness test, which I shall make for you.
Okay.
Nothing untoward. Is sometimes when Missy cooks, some of her food can have beneficial effects. That's all that was for. I'm not trying to deceive you or do anything dodgy. It's just sometimes if you eat her food and you make a toughness test, you'll gain a bonus to something for the rest of the day. 3 degrees of failure, though, you didn't get anything.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone want to do anything else with the rest of the time before Gladstock returns?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Nope.
Okay, so once you're treated,
I'll pass Thomas. I'll pass Thomas the grenade when before I leave.
what sort of grenade? And are you sure you want to do that?
No, I'm not going to do it. He thinks about it and then goes, pats it, and pats it. No. I'm as I'm walking. He resists.
Okay. So after she's been healed up, before Gladstock and Spring return, Venetta takes you, Slab, and shows you where you'll be staying. And she leads you down into the basement of the mansion. And she shows you 2 rooms. The first one is this one here. And you can see there's these 2 frames.
It's black. I
Is it
can't
all
see
black?
that.
Just a second. Let's have a little gathering of... Okay, shows you 2 rooms, one of which is this room. You should be able to see now, I think. Wait, for some reason it's night time down here now. All of a sudden,
Fucking dark there, isn't it? Yeah,
Okay.
I can see it.
yeah. So this is one room.
Hang on, where are you clicking? Oh, yeah, gotcha.
There's these 2 frames on the wall northwest of you. There's this simple table and chairs. There's this chest of drawers, and that's about it, apart from this bed. It looks quite small. Venetta says, well, this is my room, I suppose. It's not really a bedroom because there isn't a bed. Well, there is a bed now, but this is where I sleep, and that bed will be yours, I suppose. It doesn't look particularly big. And she says, I'll see if I can reinforce it a bit before the night. And she leads you through here and tells you there's a bathroom here if you need to use one. And then she leads you down this corridor into this room. She says, and this is where you'll find me most of the time. Should you need me for anything, this is my workshop.
Okay.
Is that the sound of Vanetta reinforcing the bed? Hayden, are you whittling in the background?
Hey, I'm making tent pegs.
All right.
He's doing a little bit of a off-duty fucking tree surgery.
He's doing his Outback impression. That's what it is.
Like a Trojan rabbit, like a
Keep my
Monty
beard
Python,
now.
there we go.
It's getting that long.
Okay.
What happened?
So it's been about an hour when you all hear a voice in your combeads. And it's Gladstock's voice. And he says, all acolytes, briefing room, now.
Hey. Where did it make my ways there?
Okay, suddenly got 2 slabs on the fucking map for some reason.
It's
Never
not big
been
enough.
too many slabs.
All right. So the briefing room is in the eastern wing.
This map's black as well.
Got zoom right out.
Hang on. Should be on daylight mode already, this one. I think I fucked it up though the other day when I was pissing about. Yeah, I did.
It's better.
Okay. The chairs aren't really slab size, but there is this array of chairs around this table here. And in the middle of the table, there is this holographic projector. And as you walk in, Mr. Gladstock's got a hologram, of someone a few of you have met before, Chopper Baz, this quite goofy, tall, lanky, buck-toothed guy that works in the gift shop in the carnival. Known as Canny's friend. Spring and him have sort of developed a bit of a weird friendship as well. And as you come in and sit down, Mr. Gladstock greets you all, and he turns the image off. And then he says, I have spoken with this Chopper Baz. It seems he acquired this weapon, which he produces and puts on the table in front of him. Acquired it from a scavenger, a man who makes his living scouring the wastes beyond the hive walls, recovering tech, both Imperial and Xeno in origin. He brings his wares to the hive to sell at something called the Forgotten Market. We're going to go and find this man. He could be of use to us. Siegfried, Ferinus, Veneta, you will accompany me on this mission to the market. Titulos, Jarek, you will take the limo to Port Gaia. Dr. Pench is going to play dress-up as a senior intelligencer of the Arbiters. Pick up a prisoner for us. Justicar...
Siegfried laughs slightly there.
Pench grins at you across the table, Siegfried.
And then looks at Pench and just draws an eye stick and lies with an evil smile on his face.
Dr. Pench is grinning at you as he says this, and you realise his eyes are like saucers. He's high as fuck right now.
Awesome.
Basically,
That's why it's funny.
He's going to pick up a prisoner for us. Justicar Drummond is expecting them. The rest of you will stay here. Oh, Gladders, says Spring. I want to go to the market. You're wounded, girl. You need to rest. Oh, please, with a space cherry on top. I'll be real good, I promise. Gladstock sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Says, fine. If Pench says you're fit enough to go, you can go. Whoop, whoop, says Spring. Come on, Doc. I'm fit enough to go, aren't I? Dr. Pench just sort of stares into space. Vanetta says, if you don't mind, I have a lot of work to do. I'll be staying behind. And it's not a request, you realise. Vanetta is telling Gladstock that she's staying behind. As you wish, Miss Calamere. Gladstock seems a little taken aback by this suddenly more confident Vanetta. She points. She points at. She points at Slab and says, "Take Slab if you like. If you need some muscle. What do you say, Slab? Do you want to go for a drive with Mr. Gladstock and Spring? I'd be terribly grateful." Okay.
Are we certain he won't fall asleep if we do take him for a drive?
That's how you get him to sleep, innit? You take him for a drive.
Yeah.
She pats your arm, Slab, and says, "You do as Mr. Gladstock says. These people are your friends too. Protect them like you would protect me, understand? And keep an eye on Spring."
Okay.
Vanetta pushes back her chair and stands. "I'll be in the workshop. The vehicles will be waiting in the usual place by the time you get there." And then she up and leaves. And for a moment, Gladstock just watches her go, and his bemused expression turns into a very faint smile. And then he says, "Right, well, that's us told, I suppose. 10 minutes. Meet in the foyer. Grab your gear."
okay.
Okay, so on that note, it's time for everyone's... Oh.
I have a question.
It's Gladstock. Yeah, you can call me Simeon if you like, Slab. What is it?
Okay, simpleton.
No, look, what's your question?
What's an acolyte?
An acolyte, that's what you are. You're all acolytes of Inquisitor Mesmeron.
Okay.
Okay.
What's an inquisitor?
An Inquisitor is a very, very powerful person who whose task it is to root out heresy and corruption within the Imperium.
Oh, okay. Imperium?
Yes, that's you know what the God Emperor is. Yes, you're familiar with the God Emperor.
Yeah, Emperor.
Yeah,
Rip off the salute.
exactly. The Emperor. You what? Sorry.
I'll rip off a salute there.
Yeah, Gladstock sort of salutes back at you. Yeah. So the Imperium is, think of it as the Emperor's stuff. All of his stuff. All the planets, the people, the cities are all part of the Imperium. We're part of the Imperium.
So what's an acolyte?
An acolyte is someone who works for an Inquisitor.
And the inquisitor?
Inquisitor is the woman in charge. You remember her? Inquisitor Mesmeron. She's the one that...
Oh, yeah.
Yep, you remember. Good.
I'm tired.
Well, you can sleep on the way there, Slab. It's going to be a little bit of a drive.
Siegfried's quite mildly amused by this. Looks at this massive ogre and he's just like, it's just a massive, big kid in a huge body. Yeah, he likes this new ogre and he's pleased with this new addition. To make things interesting, make things more interesting, definitely.
Right. Is that it, Slab? Any more questions?
Yeah.
I have something to declare.
Okay. Spring's chuckling away in the background. Titular starts laughing as well. Gladstock just says, "Been holding that one in a while, have we?" Yeah, very good. Better out than in, I suppose. Yes.
You'll notice that Siegfried just put a respirator on.
Right, well, 10 minutes. If you have any more questions, Slav, I'm sure we can answer them on the way there. Foyer, 10 minutes. Grab your equipment.
What's a foyer?
The entrance, just look, stay with Spring. Spring will show you.
Okay.
And Spring leaps up out of the chair, and she takes your hand, Slab, and her hand is, ridiculously small in yours. She's not very big, Spring, anyway, but in your grip, her hand looks literally like a child's hand. And she goes, "Come on, big fella, this way!" And she starts trying to drag you towards the door.
I just
Looked at me.
oh, fucking keep pressing the button. I just looked at the character sheet, Hayden. You asked about height earlier. He's 3 meters, 3.06 meters, which is just over 10 foot tall.
Fucking hell.
He's a big bastard.
He's massive.
So this isn't a stealth. This isn't a stealth up then, Dave.
Probably not. No.
He's 312 kilos and 10 foot tall.
Nice.
And his gun is probably as big as Spring.
Nice.
Right. So, a little bit of inventory management. Siegfried,
I've got a quick answer for you.
You want? Sorry.
Ferris is taking his hand axe, bolt gun, heavy stubber, and grenades. Everything else is staying, apart from med packs.
Okay.
And, I like goggles or respirators for mission useful. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, Ferris doesn't really have much stuff, does he? So Siegfried, you've got
He's going to take the sniper rifle broken down. He's going to take. He hasn't got a bolt pistol yet, has he? So
he has got a bolt pistol. He's got.
Yeah,
he's got a couple of pistols. He's got what's called a Spitfire bolt pistol, which is kind of like.
a basic one.
It's not even like a mass-produced one. It's like basically a pistol somebody's made in the hive. And it's a 3-shot thing. It's quite crude. It's unreliable, but it is basically a bolt pistol. You also have a hell pistol. I don't know where you got this, but you do have basically a high-powered las pistol.
I'll take that. I'll take the hell pistol.
Okay. I can't remember where. I know. I don't know if you got it off. You remember when Lord Eldon's men attacked?
Yeah,
I think you maybe took it off the officer, didn't you?
Yeah, I think that's when I got it.
Okay, so the rifle broken down, the hell pistol. What about a melee weapon? You've got a choice of the power sword or the serpentine blade.
I'll take them both.
Okay.
Because I can use them both now.
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'll take the sniper rifle broken down, like sort of sit down in good field.
It's you've got that overcoat, haven't you, where it breaks down and it all slots into different parts of the overcoat. So I'm going to quickly go through the rest of your stuff and just say yes or no.
Yeah.
So your armor, you've got a choice of you've got your hardened body glove or you've got the concealed mesh suit, which goes under clothes.
Concealed mesh suit.
Okay. I don't. You've got some string. I don't know if you'd want your string.
You never know. You might need some string.
Okay. Grapnel.
Yeah, I'll take that with me.
Respirator.
What's possibly go wrong? A respirator. Yeah, I'll take a respirator.
Okay.
It's not like you can fall off a zip line twice, is it?
Yeah, no. That's the chances of that happening are slim. Long coat. You're going to have to take that to hide your rifle. You've got your trophies: Silas Malaw's finger bone and piece of skin with a sickle-shaped tattoo.
I'll leave all that behind.
Okay. I'm going to assume you're taking your combead, photo contacts. I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Right. You've got photo contacts or you've got infrared goggles. So they both do a similar job, but the photo contacts are less obvious. You can wear them all the time. People wouldn't know you've got them on, but they're not quite as long ranged for seeing in the dark.
Yeah, I'll take the photo contact.
Okay.
But I will take the goggles as well. Concealed in the overcoat.
Okay.
Just in case.
You've got some drugs that are... Yeah. So you've got a dose of slort.
Yeah, I'll take that with me as well.
Some manacles, a stummer.
I'll take the manacles.
A choke grenade.
What's the
Stummer,
grenade.
Stummer is like a device that you can wear that increases your stealth potential.
Yeah, I'll take the stummer.
Okay. Portable Vox, you won't really need that. It's quite a heavy thing.
No.
Ammo for your weapons. I'll assume you're taking the ammo for your weapons.
Yeah.
You've got the sniper rifle. You've got a hypo pistol with 5 tranquilizer rounds.
Yeah, I'll take that as well.
Okay.
Put that inside pocket. The other inside pocket. You
Okay.
never know.
That's fitted to your rifle. You've got a picked recorder.
I don't think we're going to need that.
Okay. Blank data slate.
Don't need that either.
Okay. 3 stims.
Yeah, it's always good to have some stims.
Okay, then you've got a load of drugs that are built into your chem rig that you're wearing.
Uh-huh.
An obscura pipe.
No, I'll leave that behind. Not really that kind of a mission, is it?
Okay. You've got the morphologic mask, which is something you haven't used much. This is the mask that can make you look like other people.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's quite cool.
Okay. Mansion gate stones, they're in the fucking house. You've also got 10 auto quill nibs that you looted in the mountain for Otto. And this is, of course, before Otto died. And you don't even know Otto's dead. So, but I'm assuming you're not taking them.
I'm going to summon Jeeves and get him to take them to Otto's office.
Okay, Jeeves happily does that. Let me just... I didn't mean to shut that down. Shit. Okay.
I was touching my fingers and stab people with them.
Yeah, you could be Siegfried auto quill nib hands.
That's what he was thinking. Then.
No, so you can. The idea of that, Dave, is you can use one or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is that although they give +10 and +15 to parry, your offhand also has a -20. Unless you're ambidextrous. So if you were to parry with your shield, that would be at -5 to your weapon skill.
Yeah.
But the reason it's worth considering using the shield, even though it's technically worse, is because if you do get hit, the shield is there as part of the armor, if that makes sense. Yeah. So your shield always covers your shield, arm, and your body. But if you get hit in the head and you say you're parrying with your shield, then the shield counts as armor for your head.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you use your weapon, it doesn't. But also, if you parry a weapon with a power field, it can destroy your weapon.
Yeah.
So that's something to bear in mind.
If remember when I used Gaius as like a human barricade the other day because he had like a right high. That's because he's got that tower shield. It can duck behind the race because it just raises the damage bar that much higher. Where it sort of like shields everybody. They've got a cool dynamic. You'll enjoy using them. I never give mine up with Gaius. I've loads of options.
And the one that Slab has is obviously much bigger than the one Gaius has. And Slab is also much bigger than Gaius. So you can literally use Slab as cover. You can basically like have him, breach a door and stack up behind him and just like let him take the brunt of the fire. He is a human, well, an ogre in shield. Right.
Something.
So that's everyone inventory managemented up.
All the stuff raided from the Shat Foundries off into Vanetta's workshop anyway, like servo arms and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think I assume that, and I've made a list of it all somewhere. So,
yeah, it's only taken those sort of.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's somewhere, I don't know where I've put it. Is it on Forbidden Tech? Yeah, there's a handout called Forbidden Tech, which has all the black metal stuff, the neural links. I was going to put the servo arm and other bits and pieces on there, but I haven't done yet. Okay. So about 10 minutes later, after you've all gathered your gear, and Spring has brought you to this foyer slab, this massive open area with a big arched roof that goes up 4 stories. You can see 4 different floors of spiraling staircases and various balconies and overlooks looking down into this area. This high domed ceiling has murals depicting a chap with a very, very large beard standing in armor with gold epaulets. Don't think you have common law anything, do you, Slab?
Nah.
So this guy, this painting of this guy is about 12 foot tall.
Actually, yeah, I do have common law something, but nothing that relates to this.
All right, and he's saluting with one hand and gesturing towards a depiction of a planet with his other hand. And there's also in this painting is a second figure that's looking at this man gesturing to the planet. Who is this second figure is quite clearly supposed to be the God Emperor. You would know that, but you probably don't know who this other man is. It's immaculate in here as well. It's spotlessly clean. It's one of the cleanest places you've ever been, and you do have vague memories of having been here before, but they're a bit foggy. Siegfried, Ferinus, and Slab, you're here now in this foyer, and you see Jarek, Titulos, Dr. Pench, Mr. Gladstock are all here waiting. Jarek and Titulos are dressed in very well-tailored black suits, but their chests are clearly augmented by some sort of underclothing armor. Like more than just ballistic weave. It's quite obvious they're wearing bulletproof vests under their suits. Dr. Pench is wearing a very fancy uniform, and you can see symbols on it of similar to what Gaius has on his armor. He's clearly wearing a high-ranking officer uniform of the Adeptus Arbites, and he's smoking an IO stick in a long cigarette holder, and he says, What, pip, pip, tally-ho, and all that? Stop that, says Gladstock. Gladstock is dressed in very low-quality clothing, the sort of thing your average mid-hiver might wear, with a very worn-looking flak overcoat in place of his usual heavy leather coat. And Pench goes, Sorry, old bean, just getting into character! What? Gladstock sighs and turns to the rest of you. Right, shall we be off? Let's fucking roll, says Spring as she dances and skips towards the entrance, pulling on Slab's finger to get a move on. Drusus, give me strength.
I make an awareness test.
You what, sorry?
I make an awareness test at Spring's eyes, see if I think she's been on anything.
Yeah, sure. Give me an awareness test, sight-based.
It's extremely hyper for someone who's like...
I mean, she often is. Yeah, her pupils are a little dilated. You also notice she's got a new gun. She's had this pair of stub automatics for quite some time. One of them usually has a red dot sight on it. Today, she's only wielding one stub automatic. On her right hip, she has this very long-barreled 5-shot stub revolver with a pearl grip. It looks quite fancy.
That's cool, Spring.
She says, "Smart, innit?" And she picks it up and she begins spinning it around on her finger.
Go on.
And she says, she goes, "Thanks, Gladders. Gladders, he gave me it. Yeah, thanks. And she's spinning and spinning this pistol. You see, she's got the red dot fitted to it now. And Gladstock says, "Just be careful with it, girl." And still spinning the pistol, Spring says, "Why? Has it got sentimental, sentimental, says Titulos. Yeah, sedimentary. Is it sedimentary to you, Gladders? Hey, did an old flame give you it? Is that what it is? Hey. And Gladstock says, "No, I mean, be careful with it. You're going to shoot someone." Spring says, "That's the plan." And then she spins it and slots it into her holster. Gladstock, again, pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. "Drusus, give me strength." And he turns towards Dr. Pench and says, "Have you cleared her for duty, Pench?" And Dr. Pench goes, "Well, yeah, I mean, she's wounded and all, but yeah." "That's not what I asked. Have you cleared her for duty, Pench?" "Well, it's like..." Everyone make a perception check, please. I'll do yours for you, Siegfried. Sorry, an awareness check. Sight-based. Siegfried passes. 4 degrees. Siegfried, you see Spring standing just out of Gladstock's eye line, and she's grinning insanely and nodding her head whilst making eye contact with Dr. Pench, staring at him. And her hand slips into her jacket and pulls out something, a package. And she looks at him and gives him a wink and then puts it back in her jacket. And Pench, you see Pench sort of glance at Spring very briefly, then back at Gladstock, and he says, Yeah, she's cleared for duty. Yeah. And Gladstock says, "Fine, we don't have time for this. Okay, you can go, girl, but behave yourself." She goes, "Thanks, Gladders. You're the best, Gladders. Love you, Gladders." And she skips towards the door, pulling again on Slab, trying to get him to follow her.
Siegfried's going to take out a couple of stems and be like, and just offer them to Spring. Like, no, you. And she's going to say, "No, you take it steady. Try not to get too excited." But then he'll just wink at her and then pass her the 2 stems.
Okay, you've got 3 stims. One is a good quality stim, and the other 2 are normal. Which ones are you giving her?
I'll give her the normal one.
Okay. So the main difference is also it's not good quality at all. It's best quality.
Yeah.
So the main difference between these and normal ones is these last longer. So stims generally, can kick off the effects of drugs and fatigue and things like that. And the better quality they are, the longer they last. I think it's 2d10 minutes normally, and I think good quality is 3d10 and best is 4d10.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give her the best quality one. I'll look at the stims and take them out. And I'll be like, and I'll look at her that she's a bit wounded, and I'll be like, I'll sigh, and then after the best quality one and the normal one as well.
Okay.
The standard one.
All right. Okay, she says, "Oh, cheers, Rissalos." You notice a trend with Spring. She never gets anyone's name right, or she bastardizes it in some way.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And one by one, you leave the mansion. And as you step through the mansion door, reality bends and twists. A now familiar feeling to all of you, even to you, Slab. It feels like you've done this before, but you don't remember when. But it is a familiar sensation. But I would like you to make a toughness test at +10, please, Slab. Yeah, you're fine. And I'm just going to grab a beer.
2.
Suddenly, you're elsewhere. Oh, has Hayden disappeared?
I think he's gone for a drink.
Okay. Netta's not going. Why is Netta there? Ted's not going either. Fuck you, Ted. You're staying behind. Leave the workers. I did actually text Brownie because although it said he was working on his rota, sometimes he has a random day off. Okay. Suddenly you're elsewhere. In a crude building of corrugated iron panels. Gladstock leads you out of this small shanty hut into a small shanty town deep within the bowels of Hive Desalium. A man covered in filth watches you emerge from your shanty hut. He's digging out a nearby latrine with his bare hands. "Morning!" he calls, giving you a friendly wave, somehow splattering himself in even more shit and filth. Gladstock ignores him. Siegfried, Ferinus, you both know this guy. This is Dirty Ken, who you've met a number of times.
Based on a real life person, yeah.
There's a guy you never should touch in your life, that's him.
Yeah, you don't go too close to Filthy Ken. Dirty Ken, sorry. And then he leads you... Gladstock leads you out of the shanty town between the rough, crude dwellings of the carnival folks' menial staff and into the carnival proper. For you, Ferinus and Siegfried, this is a familiar sight, but to you, Slab, this is something new. There you go. It's a wondrous sight. And as you... Is it black? Why is everything fucking... All the lighting's turned off again. It's happened before this, and I don't know why. There we go. You should be able to see.
Nope. We refresh. That's better.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's quite dimly lit now, even though it's about midday. None of the rides or attractions are all lit up. The carnival gives you the impression that it's closed. Ferinus and Siegfried, you know that generally speaking, it's open at night. During the day, that's when they clean up and prepare. There's, on one side of you as you pass into the carnival, what looks like an old enforcer station. It's made of crumbling ferrocrete. Looks like a military bunker, basically, a one-story military bunker. And upon the side of it is painted a crude sign. It says Hampton's House of Horrors. And there is a man with a scrubbing brush and a bucket of water who is trying to scrub the words off the side of this building. Because there is no Hampton to run the freak show anymore. Martiana Hampton is dead. Her skull crushed as she recovered in bed from her ordeal with the gene stealer. And Mr. Hampton is now in the bowels of the mansion, a guest of Gladstock's, after being recovered by Hannibal and Seraph from the primitive Xenos worshippers in the chasm. There are a number of stalls featuring simple games. There's a a large tent that says, with a sign that reads, "The Astounding Arakor, Illusionist." There are food stalls, animal pens, featuring a number of strange and unusual beasts. And there is this huge tent, this massive big top. It's a little ragged in places, but the carnival is all currently closed for business. Although there are people here tidying up, fixing damaged fences, painting things. There's a woman, a very, very large woman, and she watches you, Slab, with a hungry expression on her face, and she licks her lips. Titulos, alongside you, Slab, says, "That's Fat Fanny. Don't talk. Don't talk to Fat Fanny. Not ever." And across the bridge you go, leaving the carnival, walking away from this, over this bridge, away from this island, and over the lake of filth and industrial runoff. There are two well-built men here, sporting rather high-tech las rifles. They give you a nod as you pass. Fairness, Siegfried, you know these guys. This is Jax and Strang, Canny's friends, security for the carnival. The rifles they wield look oddly familiar, and they're rather good quality for such low-born thugs. Fairness and Siegfried, I'd like you both to make an intelligence test, please. I'll do yours for you, of course, Johnny. Plus 10, please, Fairness.
They're the rifles that we took off Elvin's men.
They are, yeah.
You forgot something, Pigs.
What's that?
Strang is all fucked up in the face.
He is, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Strang is all fucked up in the face. He's got a lot of bandages currently around his face, but he's obviously Strang by his build. You know, he's a fucking big guy. And as he sees you all, he just goes, "All right." He's very, very monosyllabic, is Strang. Yeah, Fairness. You notice the rifles, and like Johnny says, they are, you know, quite rare rifles. They're deathlight las guns. They're not common las guns. There's been a few of these weapons turn up that were in the armory. Les had some in the armory. Some of them came from Lord Eldon's men. Some of them came from the mercenaries that attacked you when you were on the Grand Theft Cargo 6 mission. When you got shot in the face, in the chest by the autogun. Some of those mercenaries from Pressure Point used the same las guns. And you clearly remember a couple of weeks back, Canny helping himself to a number of these rifles in the armory. And you believe that maybe Canny has been giving some of the Inquisition's weapons to his friends in the carnival.
Fairness is going to open his mouth, but then think to himself, "Stitches get stitches." Carry on.
Improvement in security, never a bad thing.
I mean, technically, they're your security as well, aren't they? They're like the first line of defense if anyone was to come to the mansion again. So, yeah, I think that is why Alan did it. Yeah, I don't think it was just Alan being a troll and stealing from the Inquisitor. No, that's the sort of thing I would do in his game, but I don't think he'd do that in my game. And then away from Jackson Strang you go, down this long, winding tunnel of rock and steel until you reach the rickety old elevator platform. And as you get halfway down this tunnel, it starts to get very dark. There's no lights here. Slab, your headlamp, are you wearing your headlamp?
Yeah.
Yep, it comes on automatically, lighting the way for you in the dark. And then you make your way over to this large elevator platform that begins to take you up, squeaking and squealing and rattling and clanking as it goes. It takes about 20 minutes to reach the level it's heading to. Anyone want to do or say anything during that 20 minutes?
Siegfried's going to smoke when
Okay.
Was this some sort of breach, clear, and capture mission? Then,
first things first is we have to assess the situation. From what I gather, this Forgotten Market is a place where reclamators like this Mr. Cassidy who we're searching for. They take things they find in the wastes or in the depths of the hive, things that might be of value to someone, scrap metal, damaged technology, things like that. They take them to this market and sell them to a number of vendors there, and then other people come and buy them. And from what I gather, sometimes some of what they find might be a little illegal or heretical. So let's assess the situation when we get there, see if we can find this Mr. Cassidy and persuade him to work for us. We might even get lucky and spot a member of the faceless trade, as it's called, that old Zax Holthane was working for.
It's Sable.
But keep the weapons holstered to start with. We'll act civilized. We'll see if we can persuade this gentleman to join our side, and if he won't do so willingly, well, we'll make him join in another way. Something like that, Slab. Yes, something like that.
Has anybody seen my Mia?
Your who? Sorry.
Mia.
Mia. Your girl.
My big girl, she bangs.
Does she? Oh, no, I don't. I don't recall any mention of a female. Is there such a thing as female? No, there's nothing in the files about a Mia.
No, it's not an Ogrin, it's a Mia.
Right, it's not an Ogrin. Mia's a standard human.
No. It's a Mia. Does bang.
A Mia, and she bangs. Okay. Fairness, Titulos, have you any idea what Slab's talking about?
I don't know. Ogres used to set themselves in guard. We'll get between one of the food.
So what exactly do you mean by Mia bangs?
I'll hold out my ripper gun and say,
This is Tiddler. It goes bang. Mia goes bang.
Oh, Mia's a gun.
I've lost it. I haven't seen Mia for a long time.
I understand. Right,
I miss
okay.
Mia.
Well, I tell you what, we'll see if we can find your Mia. Perhaps it's somewhere in the mansion. Perhaps the Inquisitor will know where it is. When she gets back, we'll ask her.
I miss Mia.
Okay, there, Slab. And Gladstock gives you a little pat on the arm, and he looks at you, Fairness, and he rolls his eyes. He's like,
Fairness is trying to keep a straight face.
Oh, Mia.
Eventually, the elevator platform rattles and clanks to a halt on level 16, somewhere in the mid-hive. The dimly lit arse end of Hive Decilium, to be precise. There's quite a high ceiling to level 16. There's little down here save for the massive supports that hold up the bottom of the hive. And there are two vehicles here. One, a sleek-looking limousine. The other, a common, standard, unmodified Cargo 6 hauler. And Slab, you recognise these two vehicles. They look just like the ones in Venetta's workshop, but they can't be the same ones. I mean, how did they get here? Good luck, Gladstock calls to Pench. If you aren't back by morning, I'll assume you're dead. Yeah, thanks, I guess, says Pench as he clambers into the back of the limo with Jarek. Titulos climbs into the driving seat, and the limo pulls away. Gladstock hauls open the large roller door on the rear of the truck. In you get, big lad, he says to you, Slab.
I'll put my head inside, then get my head back outside, look at him and say,
No, not going.
What do you mean you're not going?
Not going. Dark.
Oh, dark. Ah, yes. I came prepared for this. I read Antonia's notes. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a small... it's about a foot round. It's like a snow globe with a light in it. And he turns it on. And there's like this sort of spiraling diorama of fishes swimming around in the water. And it's magnetized, and he sticks it to the inside of the truck. And it begins playing this plinky plonky music, and you realize it's some kind of child's nightlight.
Like the Ninky Donk.
Yeah. And he puts it inside. He goes, there you go, Slab, just for you.
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Oh.
And he turns to you, Theranos, and says, who'd have thought it? Such a huge, terrifying, brutish creature. Apparently they're all scared of the dark. What are the chances?
Well, there's got to be someplace safe in the Imperium Gladstock.
Yeah, you'd think so. Spring hops into the rear of the truck with you, Slab. And she sits with her back to the wall, cross-legged, and she just stares at you like this. And she goes, I can't believe how fucking big you are. I mean, you make Canny look like a smaller Canny. Gladstock turns to you, Theranos, and says, Theranos, you're driving. Siegfried? And he gestures towards the cab.
Okay, and I'll get in.
Okay, so Gladstock, Theranos, and Siegfried climb into the cab. They slam the rear door, leaving Spring and Slab in the back of this Cargo 6 truck. And then Gladstock reaches behind you, Siegfried, sat in the middle, and he opens a little slot in the back behind your head. So you can see Slab and Spring can see into the cab, and they can see back at you.
Cool.
And Gladstock says, go on.
I'll wave to him and say,
Hello, simpleton.
Yes, hello, Slab. Drusus, preserve me.
Take one from now on.
Right, off we go, Theranos.
On the gas.
Okay.
Spring thinks that, but he doesn't say it.
Ground vehicle check or hover or military scrap.
Now, there's no need to make a check for this. It's just standard driving. You only need to make a check if it's something, a little unusual. And
did you say there's little light up fish
yeah,
on this thing? All right.
yeah. It's like basically a snow globe. It's basically like a snow globe nightlight that turns with little sort of plastic fish in it that move about.
Fishy, 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 fishy.
Spring begins to join in with you and also starts going fishy, fish, fishy, fishy, fishy. So the drive's going to take a couple of hours. Anything you'd like to do or say on the way there?
Fishy, 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 fishy.
After about 10 minutes of this, Gladstock reaches behind Siegfried and just slides the panels shut.
Thanks, guys. I don't think you're going to stop.
All right, I'll stop doing that, and then I'll knock on the panel after about 10 minutes.
Gladstock opens it again. Yes, Slab?
Fishy, 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 fishy.
Shoot! Closes it again.
Siegfried laughs.
Gladstock turns to you, Siegfried and Theranos in the front and says, apparently he put up a hell of a show fighting Speyer. So, he must have his uses.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Sure it does, sir. It
Looks
does.
like he could.
I do feel like
he
we're
could
babysitting a pair of kids in the back, though.
Yeah, that's it's partly why I didn't want Spring to come along. I didn't want them influencing each other, You put one child can be looked after easily enough, but two of them together and the chaotic energy starts to, bounce off of each other. And next thing you know, one of them's crying, the other one's skinned a knee.
Let's hope there's no knee skinning going on today, eh?
I hope so.
Oh,
I hope not, rather. It'd be a...
managed to keep hold of most of my limbs at the moment.
Yes, speaking of which, Vanetta was talking about you've been discussing some augmetics, I believe.
Oh yeah, I mean tits on matching hands or arms or something, or even matching eyes.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's your body, Fairness, but I must caution you about willingly sacrificing parts of your humanity. As someone who had part of mine taken away, it's not something one should be so keen to give up.
Well, I'll think on it then. I'll think on it. I'll have to have a word with Tits, but I'm not. We'll decide what we want to do, but we do want something. You see Geiss's arm?
Yes, Geiss's arm's very impressive. And he doesn't really say anything else by that. He doesn't. He has like a very straight face when he mentions Gaius, and you've seen this before. It's almost like he's trying not to react to mention of Gaius.
Why does he not? What? Oh, that's interesting. All right.
Yeah, Fairness and Siegfried have both noticed that before. I think that when Gladstock's mentioned, when Gaius is mentioned around Gladstock, Gladstock has a habit of almost clamming up and reacting in a very deadpan way.
Do you think he fancies Gaius?
It's got to be that, hasn't it?
One possible reason for it, I suppose.
They're clearly ex-lovers.
Anything's possible in the thought of this millennium.
So, anyone else want to do or say anything during the journey?
I'm happy driving around.
I'm gonna get you the machine.
I'm singing that as we go along.
I'm gonna get you little machine.
Spring.
Test vibrated.
The whole truck's rattling
Yeah.
to his singing voice. In the back, next to you, Slab, Spring, who is kind of like snuggled up into your side. She's like nestled up against your arm. She's playing with this little ornament that she's got. It's about 3 or 4 inches tall. It looks like some sort of large lizard, a bit like a dinosaur type thing, but it's made of gold and platinum, and it's covered in gems. It's quite sparkly and shiny.
Shiny. What's that?
This, and she holds it up to you. She goes, "This is pate."
Hi.
Pate. You have to like pronounce it proper. If you say pate or putty, you get told off. But if you say pate, it makes you sound real posh like.
Pate.
That's it. You got it. He's my friend.
It's not real.
Of course it's real. It's right here. Look, it's there. You can see it. Look, feel it. And she starts poking you in the arm with it. It's real. See, you can't feel things that aren't real.
But
It's not alive.
That don't matter.
It's like a rock.
It don't matter if something isn't alive. It can still be your friend. I've had loads of friends that were alive and then weren't alive anymore. That don't mean they're not my friends anymore. It just means they're not alive anymore, don't it?
Yeah, I suppose. Mia's my friend.
Mia. Yeah, you were talking about this Mia earlier. Who is she?
Oh, she's my girl.
Oh, you got a girl, yeah. Like Kenny, he's another big lad. He's not as big as you like, but he's got a girl too. It's V, Vanetta, your little buddy.
Little buddy.
Yeah. She's like got a fella. His name's Kenny, and he likes hitting things. Like, do you like hitting things? Yeah, you and Kenny, you and Kenny's gonna get on great. I can just tell.
You like Mia. I'll point Mia at things and it goes bang, 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 bang.
Oh, right, I understand. I get it now. Yeah, what Gladstock was saying on the lift makes sense. Yeah, right. You mean like, and she draws her pistol and fires 3 shots into the roof of the truck, and it's deafeningly loud in there. Make a toughness test at +10.
Let's just hope you don't do that with the Ripper gun.
I failed a toughness test.
There's this deafening, loud, echoing trio of booms from the back of the truck. Theranos and Siegfried. And Gladstock goes, Jesus, what the... And he turns around and looks, and Spring and Slab are both in the back of the truck, covering their ears. Slab, your ears are ringing right now. You're temporarily deaf.
I shall say.
Yeah, like that, but bigger.
What?
Banger.
Spring's there going, ma, 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 ma. What'd you say? Gladstock's just peering through the back hatch going, the fuck are we doing? We're supposed to be a professional outfit.
Just close the hatch, Gladstock.
Closes the hatch again.
Do I notice Gladstock looking through the little slot?
Yeah, you probably do, yeah. Just closes the slot again. He's a bit of a grump, is Gladstock, says Spring really loudly, loud enough that those of you in the cab can hear her. He's a bit of a grumpy old sod, but, he's all right. He can't help being grumpy. He's had an alien up his arse for the last century, after all.
Dirty boy.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Strange kink to have, really, isn't it?
To press the tipping button, Gladstock.
Just tip him out on the highway. Dump the fucking retards. Okay, as he's driving along as well, Gladstock, to try and take his mind off the fucking idiots in the back, talks to the two of you, and he says, this gentleman that we're looking for, his name is Cassidy. He's an off-worlder, but he's lived here several years, apparently. Drives about the wastes in some sort of armoured truck, scavenging junk and scrap parts. He might not be at this market, but someone there might know where we can find him. I suggest we move cautiously, gently. Don't just start shooting everybody. Ricelor. Let's use our words. We don't want to draw attention.
Besides,
Yeah, I know you're disappointed, Siegfried, but I brought you along in case we have to shoot everyone.
let's hope the world don't fail us. But he says he seems to perk up at that.
Siegfried Gladstock just gives you a look with a raised eyebrow, like. Eventually, after a couple of hours of driving, you reach your destination. I'm just going to grab a beer.
Here. I'm crafting tent pegs, Johnny. It's a
Cool.
wood. Have a look.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Oh, thank
Very
you.
cool.
Tent pegs.
Authentic.
Yeah. I thought, why not? I've got plenty of
Wow.
sticks.
Like it. I'm looking forward to the event. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Can't wait.
Yeah. What kit did you get, Grace?
I got the dark red hurricane pants to see matching with your kids. I got like a t-shirt as well, like a black t-shirt because it might get too hot. It's got the black hood as well. It's got like some pirate boot coveralls. I got those. They've arrived, and then basically I'm going to sort them out. Maybe bang some studs into them at the event.
You taking your daughter with you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And
taking
Aiden's taking his kids as well. And I think it's just going to make the whole dadding thing easier because they'll go and do their own thing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think it'll work well, won't it?
That's Johnny. I think I'm going to end up with 3.
With 3. What else are you doing?
Yeah. I'll have yours and mine too.
Oh, I thought you were meaning Johnny. I thought it was like a similar situation to what's going on in the Cargo 6 at the moment.
Arguably, yeah. At points in the past, it has been like that. Yeah. I won't lie to you.
I mean, I'll be honest. If ever I'm in a group of people doing something like going to a festival or something, I either become the responsible parent or the ridiculous child. There's no in between. You know, I'm either responsible for everyone else or I am the one causing all the problems.
Yeah. You should come LARPing one day. I've got those. I know you'll probably end up getting into a proper fight.
I've told you before. I'll end up getting arrested if I go LARPing. I know.
Love it, Dave.
I probably would love it, but I would literally end up getting arrested for assault. I know I would.
You get somebody with challenging communication skills coming at you, and you just be like, "Fuck off."
You'd be like, "Where's Dave? Oh, he's over there. What's he doing? He's just knocking fuck out that fat nerd." It's just me straddling some fat fucking neckbeard, beating the shit out of him. Like, why is Dave beating up that fat neckbeard? Who knows? Does he need a reason? It's Dave.
Did you just describe yourself as straddling a neckbeard?
Yeah, I did. The problem I've got at the moment as well is my current manager is a proper neckbeard, as in he literally has a neckbeard. So whenever I see a fat nerdy neckbeard, I just think of him, and that makes me even more prone to violence. Right.
You'd be surrounded by them at the event. You'd be like, it'd be a field day.
Just stood there going. There's Hayden there trying to restrain. Oh, that's an idea. I could go and I could make a character that's a gimp, and you could keep me on a leash.
We have actually had a faction gimp in the past.
There we go.
Dave, if you were on a leash,
I think it'd be appropriate. I mean, we wear leather and stuff.
Let's pick you back up and pop you off, wouldn't it?
You could use me as a flail.
That's strong. Alright, like that, I suppose.
I only weigh 13 stone, Hayden. I'm not that big.
13?
Yeah, I've put on fucking loads of weight. I stopped running last year, but I'm still eating and drinking as much as I always have. So I've just started to, middle-age spread has started to catch up on me finally after all these years. All these years of eating and drinking too much.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
Got a bit of a belly going on at the minute. It's getting there, look.
I'm giving up on the idea of ever trying to get a six-pack. It's just not going to happen.
I mean, that's part of my problem is that I have too many six-packs. But when I get paid this month, I'm going to buy a new pair of trainers. I'm going to get back into my running again, see how my ankle does, because it's not been great, but I've got to do something. Right, here we go. This is the place, says Gladstock, directing Ferris to pull the truck over in a dingy corner of Habitat Sector Beta 448, a dozen or so levels up from level 0, the surface of Deserlium. In the shadow of half a dozen hablocks lies a compound behind a 10-foot-high ferrocrete wall. A large razor-wire-topped gate stands open, allowing entry into this facility. And you can see within there are people, civilians. Most of them don't look like they're armed or anything. They look like mid-hivers, milling about amid the ruin of run-down vehicles and buildings. There's a large open-sided tent, more like an awning. And under this awning there are a number of smaller tents in a military style. And loitering around these tents, there are half a dozen men in black, insignia-less uniforms, wielding rifles, pistols, blades. They look like mercenaries, and they seem to have a couple of tables of racks of weapons and ammunition. It looks like they're selling them. There's also a building featuring half a dozen doors. All of the doors are the same. They're like crude iron bars, so you can see into these businesses where you see people coming and going. It looks like there's a number of different shops here as well. And I'm going to put you onto a map. Welcome to the Forgotten Market. and I'll do a little screenshot for Johnny.
Thank you.
It's going to be a bit.
Okay.
It's quite a big map, so it's going to be a bit of a iffy screenshot, but you should get the idea.
It's okay. Cool.
There you go, Johnny. So you're down at the south. Right at the bottom of the map. There's your Cargo 6 behind you. Siegfried, Furnace. Yep, you're all there. And I'm going to put some background music on for you as well.
I think I have
The Source Man.
You see Furnace, but he's in a black background.
Furnace has got a black background.
You see Furnace, but it's just black around him.
How's that?
That is.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Right, just give me a moment to find the relevant document for this. What did I call this document? There we go. I called it something that has no relevance because I changed what I was doing with this entire situation. Okay, so yeah, you were looking for a man whose surname is Cassidy, who drives a large armoured truck around the wastelands. It's over to you guys.
A large armoured truck.
So...
Not yet.
No, you don't see a large armoured truck. You do see... There's a couple of large trucks out here where the Cargo 6 is on the road, but they're not armoured. You do see... this entire complex is built around a road, and about halfway into the complex there is a car. Looks a little better condition than the other vehicles that you've seen on the streets. It's not a really fancy vehicle, but it's much nicer than... it's not as good as the limo, for example, but it's much nicer than most of the vehicles here. And you see a driver get out, and he goes around to the passenger side, opens the door for this other man to get out, who looks like he's getting on in his years. And he's wearing quite voluminous robes. And from the look of him, you get the impression that he might be quite a wealthy man. Not, Lady Pagny levels of wealthy, but certainly a lot more than anyone else that might be living down here. And this elderly chap starts to peer around, and he's talking to the man that's clearly his driver. And it's over to you guys. You're not in any turn order. You don't have to move a set amount or anything. You can go where you want, do what you want. And Mr. Gladstock says, if you all don't mind, I'd like to observe firsthand how you proceed. But I'm here if you need any assistance. You get the impression he's judging you.
Alright, I'm going to do a bit of retcon around the shops. Come in, Siegfried.
Yeah, why not?
What are you doing?
I've lost Spring. Where's Spring gone? You what, sorry?
Ooh. We want that truck.
Right. Okay, so yeah, as you excuse me, as you make your way in, you see there's like a bit of a watchtower as well, with a couple of guys with rifles in these black uniforms just watching. They watch you as you enter, but not in a way that suggests they're suspicious of you or anything. They just give you a once over, a visual pat down. And as you walk further into this place, you can see over on the left here, there are a number of shops, or what look like shops. One of them looks like it might be quite ruined, but the rest, you can see there's signs of activity inside through these barred doors. And over on the right-hand side, there's this large tent, mercenaries milling around inside with racks of weaponry.
Do we recognise it? Are they the same mercenaries that we hired before?
Pressure point. It's hard to tell. They've got the look of mercenaries about them, but they're basically just wearing plain black uniforms. They're all dressed very similar, but they've all got the look of soldiers about them. Without asking them or finding ID, it's hard to tell if they are pressure point.
Yeah.
There's also this man here in the robes of the ecclesiarchy. Again, quite an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, and he's flanked by two younger people in similar robes, and he's bellowing prayers as you enter. He said, "Brothers and sisters of the Imperium, hear my words, for we stand at the precipice of an eternal battle, a struggle that defines our very existence. In the darkest corners of the galaxy, amidst the unending war, there is light that must not be extinguished. Today, I invoke the God Emperor himself as we gather in this sacred place to fortify our faith and renew our commitment to the cause of righteousness." It doesn't look like much of a sacred place to you.
No. Siegfried yawns. As you walk. Gets tired from very quickly, the ranting, mental old man.
Okay. As you move forward into the sort of area that you are now, and you're looking around, Theranos, I'd like you to make a... I think you've got Common Law War, or Common Law Imperial Guard, or something like that.
Yeah, it is.
Guard and War. Yeah, so either of them with a plus 30, please.
Oh, okay. I've passed them because I did a 54.
Cool. As you're walking in, you're looking around the place. You see these mercenaries, similar to Siegfried. You're not sure that they're pressure point. They're obviously military people. The way they move, the way they hold their weaponry, it's very professional. They clearly know what they're doing. They've got some training. And as you're scanning the area, you clock this vehicle over here to the east. Armoured truck. And it certainly fits that description. And you know what it is. You've seen many of these in your time in the Guard. This is a Taurox APC. And it's a bit battered looking. It's... just a second. It's... sat on these 4 independent tracks. It's rusty. The paint looks like it's been scoured away. There's just a little bit of this blue paint here and there, but it's almost back to bare metal. But it looks, despite the condition of its bodywork, the rest of it, the treads, the twin auto cannons on the turret. Don't get scared, Theranos. They're not aiming at you. The rest of it all looks like it's very well maintained.
I reckon maybe we should go knock on its door, eh?
Why on earth not?
We're allowed to get in.
Sure, you can do whatever you want.
Over. Knock on the door.
Gladstock stands here. He's watching what you're doing. He's also staring intently at the zealot who's ranting and raving, as zealots tend to do. "We live in a time of heresy and treachery, where chaos and corruption seep into our every crevice. No, seep into every crevice of our Imperium." That was my fuck up, not the zealots. Xenos abominations and foul witches plot to undermine our divine order, seeking to tear apart the fabric of our sacred realm. But fear not, for the stalwart warriors of the God Emperor, his loyal servants in this unyielding crusade, stand between us and the darkness. You knock at the door, and there's no answer.
Okay. Now, I feel like interrogating a person. Does anybody else want to do anything instead of me just taking like a lead round here?
I'm gonna. Do we have an image of what this guy looks like, or a description of what this guy looks like?
You have a name. That's it. Cassidy is the only name you have.
Cassidy.
Let's go up and speak to one of the mercenaries. Casually walk up and just bring Cassidy about anyway.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a roll that I'm going to make on your behalf. So you walk up to this guy and he clocks you, and you see him looking you up and down as you approach. His eyes drift to the swords and pistol on your belt. You realise that he's doing a pretty standard sort of threat assessment on you, and let's see what skills you've got that would count here. Charm. You have charm. You don't have inquiry.
I'll try charm.
Okay. So you turn on the old.
Yeah. I'm
Lord.
gonna act like I'm gonna act like I know the guy.
Okay. You get a pass, just a pass.
Cool.
And the guy says, Cassidy, and he looks towards the truck where Theranos is still at this moment banging on the door, waiting for someone to answer. He says, "Sure, yeah. He's around." And he looks across the square and says, "He normally does business with Trelane." And he points to the northernmost of these half-dozen shops.
Thank you, my good man. I'm going to take out a throne and give him a throne.
Okay. Just knock a throne off you. He takes the throne, he nods at you, says, "Thanks." Fuck me, I've just realised how much throne gelt Siegfried's got. 1,433. Jesus Christ. And he nods at you, says, thanks for that. And he points at your pistol on your hip and says, "Nice hardware."
Yeah, this little thing picked it up in a scuffle with some locals.
Yeah, they'll do that. These. He looks around the town and says, "These
not this local."
low
And then as he's looking around, I'll say, "Not this local." And then I'm just going to point up a bit. Point up.
He raises his eyebrows and nods. You realise as well from his accent, from his slightly South African accent, that he is not native to Hive Decileum. And your accent, of course, also stands out as not native. He says, "Mind how you go." Gives you a nod.
And you. For
In
This
answer...
is no answer at the door.
Yeah, there's no answer.
I'm going to come in.
In answer to your question, Dave, not the flavour you're looking for. It's slightly different to what you're familiar with, and you wouldn't be able to use it. It's a turret.
Yeah.
But it's a twin-linked turret as well. You could probably operate it, but you wouldn't be able to carry it. You could operate it from within this vehicle. You'd know how.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come into the rest of the guys. I'll walk away from the military guy. Just wait till I'm out of earshot, and then I'm going to say he does business with a guy called Trelane to the north of here. If you
Come join us, Siegfried.
I'm following behind myself. I'm going to head that way now. And then I make my way up north towards this lane.
Okay.
The direction that you pointed in.
Gladstock voxes back to you. Good work, Ricelaw.
Oh, not as much fun as killing things, but I've learned a few things up high.
There are many ways to have fun, Ricelaw, he says. The Spring, with a skip in a step, again, she's clinging to Slab's arm, trying to link arms with Slab, but it's just not physically possible. But she's skipping along by his side, not a care in the world. There's a man over here who's stumbling away, heading south out of where you came from. And he's carrying this wooden crate with about 24 glass bottles, brown glass bottles, that you realise he's carrying 12 bottles of beer. Also, what you see, I'm just going to... oh, I didn't mean to move you guys. I'm just going to send a updated screenshot to Johnny so we can see roughly what I'm talking about.
That's man where he got it from on the way past.
Sure, let me just send this screenshot. There you go, mate. So you can see you guys sort of, the different coloured blobs. The guy with the beer is just south of the car in the middle of the map. There's also a guy leaning against this car, this guy that's dressed quite a smart suit, but not a really fancy suit. He's the driver that you saw helping this elderly chap out of the car, and he's just standing there smoking an IO stick. His elderly companion who he helped out the car is shuffling northwards. And oh dear, what have I done there? There's also a man walking around. He's quite near you, Siegfried, carrying a large bucket, and he's walking along going, "Sauce! Get your sauce!"
Oh. I'm ignoring.
Okay. Meanwhile,
silly person.
the zealot continues, "But we must do our part too. We must shun the heretic. We must not give in to the ways of sin and heresy ourselves either. The God Emperor watches over us all, guiding our every step, and in his divine light we find solace. Take strength from faith." And you approach the beer carrying man, Ferinus?
Go, having friend. How can you go buy beer like that?
All right. Yeah, just and he nods over his shoulder back up towards the north, towards this row of shops. Sorry, to his northwest. He says, "Shop at the end there, right at the far end. Chap in there sells it. Bit of a brewer. Good stuff."
Thank you very much.
And they continue walking towards the area I was directed to.
Okay. Mr. Gladstock comes with you.
Okay, you can continue up that way.
What about you, Slab? Are you carry on? Spring's with you. So I'm just going to detail a bit of what you see of this row of shops here. This, starting from the south and working up, there is a shop here and painted on the wall of this place. It's in blue paint, hand painted, quite crudely. It says "Mac the Wrench." And through the bars you can see what look like lots of washing machines. The next door here is closed. This is the only door that doesn't have just a barred door. It is barred, but it's also There's like a plate of corrugated iron behind the bars, so you can't see into this building. This room, sorry. This particular opening here, it looks like the roof has caved in, ruining this particular area. And then this next one here, there is just a crude drawing on the wall of a book. Then the next one up, painted in red paint on the wall above the door, it says Trelane's Emporium. And then in the same handwriting, or the same style rather, in the same red paint above the door to this final place, the northernmost shop, it just says booze.
Right, perfect. Need some for the mansion. Maybe a few kegs in, can't we? Put them on Siegfried's account.
Siegfried does have a lot of cash on him. Carry on, guys.
Shall we go to the terrains? Irene?
Trelane.
Trelane. So Trelane, was that the place we were directed to?
Yeah, that's where you were told you might find this Cassidy fellow.
Yeah, let's go in there then.
Okay, so are you all heading towards Trelane's?
Oh,
Okay. As you get a bit closer towards Trelane's, there is the sound of an engine. There's a sound of an engine, and a truck comes in from the north around the watchtower there, and it pulls up right here. Across the door, there's two doors into the shop marked booze, and it pulls up across the first door, and it's very close to the door. And after a few moments, the door to the truck opens, and a fella hops out, and he's holding a package wrapped in brown paper, and he begins looking around at various people. And then shortly after this, the door to the booze store opens, the other door, and a man walks out. And he says, "Oi, mate, what are you doing? You can't park that truck there. You're blocking the entrance to my store." And the guy with the package turns around and says, the guy to the package turns to him and says, "I'm just delivering a package, mate." The guy that comes out of the cell says, "Delivering a package? I'll fucking give you delivering a package, mate. Who the fuck do you think you are?" And the guy with the package says, I'm Derek. I'm Derek Patring Dunnington. DPD for short. Who the fuck are you?" And the man who's just come out of the shop says, "I'm Walker Haddington, and you're parked in front of my fucking shop, you fucking mug." And they start to shout at each other. Is anyone doing anything?
I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna try to get to the shop while this is going on.
Which shop are you going into? The one that you're here for, or
The one I'm here for, but I kind of want to see what happens.
it's entirely
I'll
up to
walk
you.
up to Derek.
Uh-huh.
I'll you guys want to watch this?
This guy turns to you with his package in his hands, and he sort of looks up and up and up and goes, "Holy shit! Yeah, sure. I'll move my truck. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause any bother. Can you give me an intimidation check, please, Slab?" I mean, you've intimidated this guy, definitely, but there might be a knock-on effect. Okay?
Shouldn't he have to do like a post-human dread?
Walker Haddington goes, "Yeah, move your fucking truck." And then he looks to you, Slab, and goes, "Cheers, big guy. Derek begins to clamber back into his truck. And he says, "I'm sorry. I was told to come here and deliver this package and give it to some Mr. Gladstock. I'm just doing as I'm told." And he gets back into the truck, shuts the door, starts the engine.
Mr. Gladstock.
He said, "Yeah. I don't know who that is. I mean, I was told he'd be here." Gladstock comes over. Curious look on his face, says, "I'm Gladstock." Derek winds down the window of the truck, reaches out, passes the package to Gladstock and says, "Great, cheers, fucking Jesus Christ, see ya," and he drives off. Walker Haddington comes over to you, Slab, and says, "Cheers, big guy, I thought things were about to get ugly."
No ugly. But you, watch your dirty potty mouth in front of the little lady.
So, yeah, sorry. Do you like beer? Right, just one moment. And he goes back inside his shop. And after a few moments, he comes back out, and he hands you a crate of 24 beers.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you.
He says, "Yeah, no worries, mate. I mean, I've had these fuckers come round before, you know. These fucking couriers, blind couriers they call them. They don't know who they're working for, what they're delivering. They just come around and think they own the place, park wherever they want. One time, I had to get this cunt in the back of his truck, slap the shit out of him. With his own glove.
What did I say about your potty mouth in front of the little lady?
I had to slap the poop out of him, and I even hit him with his own glove." I could just see Hayden in darkness shaking his head. It's fantastic. I am going to be editing this bit out and just sending it to Alan, by the way.
The legend grows.
Guy.
Okay, so Slab, you can add to your inventory 24 Haddington beers. And we'll carry on in a moment. I'm just going to go for a wee.
I've just had part of my life role played out. Different circumstances.
Bringing it back. Flashback.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you wouldn't have been fingered by the police if you had an Ogrin to look after you.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you. But he looks at that truncheon that Ogren's carrying, though. You just gotta go, no.
Get it up the bum hole.
Yeah, out the mouth. Big.
Be like inserting a giant Toblerone.
It's more like he's got like half a bloody speeding sign pole. Well, those super mutants out of Fallout are amazing. The rebar club, big concrete at the end of some rebars.
Lump of fucking big block of concrete on the end of it.
Yeah. Maybe I should make some more pegs. I don't know what we're going to use. You never know. You never know.
You never know. So you guys can camp in the, what do you call it? In the...
His corner?
Or just in the corner,
No, I've seen a bit on the map called Kiddy's Corner. I'm hoping they don't force us into there. It'd be like a nightmare zone.
Yeah.
Kiddy's Corner.
You're relegated. You've got children, you must go camp there.
Hi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got your beers from Walker Haddington, and he heads back inside his little shop. What are you doing, guys?
And to go to Beans.
Going to the Target shop.
Okay. You should be able to open that door if you want to.
Yep. And then I'm going to have a look around. See what I can see.
Bean.
All right.
Awesome.
So you're heading inside Trelane's, are you?
Yep.
Escalated since my bing bong bong.
Are you heading in as well, Slab?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll squeeze in.
Let's go. Yeah, you do squeeze into the door. It's quite a wide door, but it is still quite a squeeze. Springs in there. Mr. Gladstock comes in as well. And there is 3 people in here. One of them, let me just get my notes for the descriptions of these people. Okay, so one of them is clearly a member of the Mechanicus. He's wearing red robes, but he's not particularly heavily augmented. You think he might be quite low down in the Mechanicus. And he's rooting around in a large box of scrap metal and spare parts. And he glances up at each of you, and you see him quickly. His eyes dart back and forth as he looks at each of you. He spends a long time looking at Slab, but then he goes back to rummaging around in this box of spare parts. There's another guy, looks like he's maybe in his 50s. He's wearing this very dark robe, and he's got some sort of augments plugged into his back that crackle and spark with electricity. And this man is talking to another chap. Hayden, would you like to describe what they see, please?
I see a skinny, small man. We'll just get his. Forgot what I said for his height. I think it was 5'2"
5'2" or 5'3"?
5'2". Small and skinny. His skin colour's ruddy. And he's wearing a bit of cowboy hat and a trench coat. And looks all dusty and no, it looks quite pristine the way it was dressed. Actually, there's hardly any dirt on him.
Yeah, he looks like he's a man that looks after his appearance, is the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
And he's deep in conversation with this other gentleman in the dark robes. And Mr. Gladstock looks around at the 3 people in here and goes, just a second. He says, I'm looking for a Mr. Cassidy.
Nobody of that name round here, boss. That's what I know.
No, Mr. Cassidy, Silas Cassidy, the pest from the west.
Depends who's asking.
He looks at you and says, my name is Simeon Gladstock. It's come to my attention that this Mr. Cassidy, if he were here, is something of a specialist in locating items of a certain nature. Scavenge tech, that sort of thing. I'd like to employ him and pay him a substantial amount of thrones in exchange for his services.
Well, I could always pass the message on to him and be about. No?
Well, it's funny. It's just we have been directed to this location by Chopper Baz, and the vehicle that I was told Mr. Cassidy drives is parked outside. So I'm assuming he is here. We were also told, this is right, isn't it, Mr. Siegfried, that he would be here dealing with Trelane, who I suspect is, and he points at the guy in the dark robes, you. And then he fixes you with a look Silas and says, "Now, I'm not accusing you of anything, but I have heard rumours that you may have discovered in the past items of a non-human origin. Now, assuming this rumour is true, that you did in fact find such items, one might be inclined to wonder what you did with those items. The right thing to do, of course, would be to hand them over to the authorities. Is that what you did, Mr. Cassidy, when you found those items?"
Siegfried's just going to
He's looking over his
point
shoulders.
hand to his neck and
Cassidy,
just,
why didn't you answer the man?
as Gladstock says this, I'm just going to take the necklace out and just dangle the Inquisition necklace, just flash the Inquisition necklace briefly.
Okay.
Okay.
Silas, would you make a awareness test, please, sight-based?
Okay. I noticed. Oh, I did bang a little bit. I noticed someone on the field.
It doesn't give him an aggressive look in his eye. He just does it casually as he's looking around the shop.
I don't pass.
You don't notice Siegfried dangling this this little Inquisition chain. So what are you saying in response when he says, "Is that what you did, Mr. Cassidy, when you found those items?"
Of course. That's what you do, isn't it? And if I sold some on, I'll not lie. Sold some on.
Yes.
I can trade out anything, even if I don't understand what it is.
I think you understood exactly what it was you found, Mr. Cassidy. I think you failed in your duty as a citizen of the Imperium, and you committed a crime, a heretical crime, nonetheless, dealing in xenotech. In fact, I don't just think this, Mr. Cassidy. I know this to be true because one of my people bought this from you. And he steps to one side, and Spring is stood there holding hands with Slab. And Silas, you recognise Spring. You did, in fact, sell a xenotech pistol to her. And she goes, "Hi!" Now, says Mr. Gladstock.
Walks around as Gladstock's talking, like looking at things.
Okay. Make an awareness check with, please, Siegfried. And when I say make one, please, I mean I'll make one for you. You do have augmented sight, or enhanced sight, rather. So you get a +10. Most of what you see here looks like it might be pieces of twisted scrap metal. There's a pile of scrap metal that looks like it might be quite valuable, precious metals, rather than just, steel and stuff like that. And there's also what looks like a number of broken technological devices, auspexes, scanners, various equipment, some of which you recognise, some you don't, but you're fairly certain it's all quite standard, quite above board. You don't think there's any xenotech or anything like that here.
Okay.
And Gladstock continues to speak to you, Silas, and says, "Now I'm going to show you something."
How did you want to employ me then?
Sorry, say again, Hayden. What did you say, Hayden?
I said, well, what offer was you offering then? Placed employment? You seem to have me with my pants down.
He says, "Well, first of all, Mr. Cassidy, I'm going to show you something. And before you react to what I'm going to show you, before you say anything, I want you to carefully consider what this thing I'm about to show you means." And he turns you, Silas, very specifically, turns you, I'm just going to move Slab out the way a bit, so that Gladstock's back is to Trelane, and you're facing Gladstock. He does this very intentionally and very obviously, so Trelane can't see what he's about to do. And he says, and he opens the right-hand side of his overcoat. And he shows you something hanging from the inner pocket. And it is the unmistakable image of an inquisitorial rosette. Just like Siegfried tried to show him. But this time, Gladstock's tried to get his attention a bit more. And then he closes his coat and says, now, there's two ways that this can go down. One, I do the right thing, where you failed to. I play the part of the good, loyal, faithful citizen. One who calls out crimes against the Imperium where I see it. That way doesn't end well for you, Mr. Cassidy.
Sorry, as he says this, Siegfried's walking around and he sort of just pulls his coat back and just puts his hand on the pommel of his power sword and taps it.
Okay, make another awareness check, please, Silas. The man in the red robes begins to move towards the door to leave. Spring steps to one side and says, "Oh, excuse you." And he sort of pushes past you, Slab.
Stop him. I'm just gonna sorry, stop that. Stop that, man.
You're going to try and stop him.
Slab, stop him.
I'll stick my arm in front of him.
Okay, he stops. You don't even have to restrain him. He just stops. He looks a bit scared. You can see he's sweating a bit, looking around.
Stay there, sweaty man.
He takes a step or two back. Gladstock continues speaking to Silas, and he says, "The other way that this goes down is that you now work for me. You use those skills of yours, that knowledge of the wastes, and anything you find of an unusual nature, you bring to me, and me alone. So, Mr. Cassidy, which will it be? Are you going to work for me and my institution, or will you choose the other option?" And he opens the left-hand side of his coat, Silas, and shows a gleaming, chrome-plated hand cannon. And then he closes his coat.
Before Silas can answer, Pigs, I'm going to reach forwards and one hand either side of his body, like you're picking up a baby, sort of arm underneath each armpit, pick him up, shake him about, and
Say, answer, Mr. Gladcock.
Just shakes you about a bit. Thank you, Slab.
Can I make a dodge test?
He's coming from behind. You wouldn't even know it was an attack. He's got hold of you straight away.
Oh no. Alright. Well, I guess I have no choice. Looks like I've been working for you now, Mr. What's your name?
Gladstock.
Gladstock, sir.
I'll put him down now.
Excellent. Now, perhaps you could show me this truck of yours. I'd like to inspect it. Now look here, says Trelane. I've been dealing with Silas for years. He's my best supplier. Gladstock turns on him and says, "Not anymore." Gladstock turns to leave the shop, taking you by the arm, Silas. Trelane yells and starts to follow and says, "You can't just go around nicking people's business arrangements. It's not right." Gladstock turns on the man in a flash, strides over to him in the blink of an eye and grabs him by the neck and lifts him effortlessly off the ground. And he says, "What's right? Who are you to say what's right? For all you know, I've been you've been buying from the scavengers spoils for years. Is that it? Is that why you're so desperate to maintain your relationship with him? Are you a member of the faceless trade?" Trelane pales. His eyes bulge as Gladstock squeezes his throat. Everyone make a perception check, please. Sight-based, but there's also a -10 on it. So I'll do yours for your Siegfried. It'll be straight, because there's +10 for your sight, -10 for something else.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll do one for Spring, actually, because Spring's there. What does she have? She does have heightened senses as well, yeah. Okay. grasps Trelane. I swear, I just buy and fix up tech. I swear. Gladders, says Spring. And Spring places a hand on Gladstock's forearm, the one holding Trelane by the throat. He says, he ain't done nothing wrong, Gladders. He's just a buy-selling man, that's all. And slowly, Gladstock lowers Trelane to the ground and then releases the man's throat and steps back. Trelane grasps for air. Gladstock shakes his head for a moment, looks at Spring, looks at Trelane, and then says, you'll have to find a new supplier, Mr. Trelane. And then Gladstock turns and strides out of the shop, snatching you by the arm, Silas. Come, acolytes. We're done here.
As we leave, I'm just going to walk up to the Trelane and say, you mention this to anyone, and we will find you. And then I'm just going to turn and walk away.
I'm going to ask for an intimidation check from Siegfried.
He has it? Well,
He's not very good at it, but I'm going to give you a plus 20 for what just happened.
cool.
4 degrees of success. Failure, sorry.
Cool. Oh. He'll find you.
Okay, so Mr. Gladstock is marching Silas out. Hayden, you no longer have control over Theranos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the team, the newest member of Darker Heresy, Silas the Pest from the West, Cassidy.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, I keep getting Australian when I try to do his accent. It's quite hard. Because I used to do my own game. Where are you taking? Oh no, where are you taking me? It's sort of Western Australia, yeah.
It's wherever you want it to be, mate.
Just accept it. You know, his accent's a bit mixed. He's been around.
He has. He's been all over. Right, let me just move that so you no longer have access to Theranos. Theranos becomes a proper NPC now.
I'm pleased with Theranos. I only did 2 things with him: made him shoot and made him drive, because he's still a really good NPC for those 2 things.
That's what he was designed for in the first place. He was built to be the heavy weapons support guy and drive you places, and that's what you did with him. Okay.
I stuck true to him.
It's actually easier for me now that you've stopped using him as well, because I can start playing on the whole weird bond that him and his brother have a bit more now that you're not controlling him.
Cool.
So yeah, you start heading back, frog marching Silas over towards his truck.
Oh, bless me. I'll get out a hanky, neaten that. Try to keep neating in my coat as I'm getting dragged across and take the ruffles out of it.
There's...
All right. I'm with you. Just let me be. I'll walk my own way.
Gladstock lets you go, but he's stood very close to you. Northeast of you...
Straight my sleeve out.
Gladstock just gestures, he doesn't say anything. Northeast of you, there is a young girl. It looks like she might be about Spring's age, sitting on the wall here, smoking an IO stick. Across the road, this old chap has slowly started to reach his destination. He's talking to a young lady by a van with solar panels on the roof.
Dirty old man.
And you see a conversation. She smiles. She takes a drag of her cigarette, holds out her hand. The old man puts something in her hand. She takes his hand and leads him into the back of the van. The sauce man continues on his way, walking down the street going, "Sauce! Buy a sauce!" The beer-carrying man has disappeared out of sight at this point. Across the road, as you as a group head towards the truck, The zealot continues.
Can I try and do a take out the trank gun and just subtly shoot him without anybody noticing?
Who, the zealot?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let me just read this bit. He says, "But remember, my brethren, the Emperor alone does not shoulder this burden. Each and every one of us plays a pivotal role in this eternal conflict. The diligent administratum scribes who ensure the flow of information, the unyielding adapters mechanicus who tend the sacred machines of war, the valiant imperial guard who hold the line against the tide of heresy, and the unwavering sisters of battle who exercise the corruption with zealous fervor. All are crucial to their cause." And you fire the pistol. I'm going to give you a half aim, single shot, plus 20 range, plus 30. Yeah, you don't even make it obvious. You just pull the pistol out, you jack it, and just with the pistol close to your chest, go, "Koof!" And this needle shoots across. Everyone make an awareness check, sight-based. That was Spring's roll, not Mr. Gladstock, so I don't know why it's saying otherwise. Where is Mr. Gladstock? There he is. That's Mr. Gladstock's. And as you get closer to the truck, put yourself wherever you want to be. Silas, you're unlocking the truck. Gladstock stood next to you. The rest of you, put yourself wherever you want to be, somewhere around here. Siegfried, I'm going to put you somewhere vaguely near Mr. Gladstock. Yet, as we wage war against our abominable forces that seek to destroy us, let us not lose sight of the truth. And the zealot collapses, passing out suddenly. Gladstock turns to you, Siegfried, as Silas is unlocking the truck, and Gladstock nods at you, Siegfried, and says, "Good shot."
I knew that trank gun would come in handy.
Okay. And as you're opening the truck, Silas, as you're reaching up with your keys, Gladstock's next to you, and he draws something out of a pocket. Looks like a pistol, and he grabs your arm, jabs it into your arm, and pulls the trigger. You feel a brief pinch of pain. I'd like you to make a toughness test, please.
I'm not very tough.
You're not. You're right. It really Yeah, you do scream, and you draw the attention of a lot of people in the market. And Gladstock says to you,
There we go.
Gladstock says to you, I mean, it's not like you, Slab. You took it like a man. He says to you, strontium isotope tracker. We can use it to find you anywhere on this world. Just in case you were thinking of running off, hoping to get lost in the desert. Don't worry, it's harmless, unless you try to remove it, in which case it releases a rather deadly payload of radiation and nerve agents, which will ensure a slow, painful death. Once a week, I expect you to bring whatever you find out there in the wastes to the Carnival of Catastrophe. I trust you're familiar with it. If, for whatever reason, you are unable to attend, or have nothing worth bringing me, you will contact me on this frequency, and he hands you a folded piece of parchment. If you neither arrive or vox, I shall assume you dead or foolish enough to think you can hide from me. Either way, I will send people, probably Slab and Agent Ricelaw here, to find you. Understood?
Oh, understood.
Excellent.
So, can I do my job? And about the payment detail, what bonuses can I get for doing out here?
Bonuses. Your payment depends on what you bring me, Mr. Cassidy. Anything that I do not have interest in, you are free to sell on to whoever you choose.
Oh, like anything basic. Anything
Exactly.
fancy.
Exactly, but don't assume I'm not
If you
interested
for
in
fancy.
anything.
Oh, honestly, sir, why put this thing in my arm? If you'd have told me that from the start and told me you'd pay me well, no need to resort to put poison in my system.
It's protocol, Mr. Cassidy, you understand?
Oh, yeah.
We all have them. And he
Protocol.
gestures at Slab and Siegfried and
What
Spring.
if I get captured, put in a basement?
Well, exactly, that's the point. Then we will be able to find you.
Oh. That doesn't go off automatically. You have to choose to press the button.
Well, if you try and dig it out, then it goes off.
I'm gonna rub my arm.
He offers you a hand and says, "Welcome to the Inquisition."
It's a bit of a rough welcome, but yeah. Carlos Cassidy.
Simeon
Nice to meet
Gladstock.
you. And who will be the other of these people I'll be working with now then, eh?
This is only a part of our team.
Who's this big chap?
He looks at Slab and says, "This is Slab. Slab, say hello to Mr. Cassidy."
Hello to Mr. Cassidy.
Oh,
He
my
points.
goodness, you are a big boy. You're twice as tall as me.
That's true. He gestures to Ferinus. This is Sergeant Ferinus Syrian. Ferinus looks at Mr. Cassidy and just goes, "All right." The gentleman here with the steely gaze, and he points towards Siegfried, says, "Agent Reislaw. That's all you need to know him by for now."
Sounds like a homosexual Steely Dan tribute act.
And then he points to Spring.
He's gonna shoot Slabber a look, just a sideways glance, like.
One of my favourite things about this game is how, after like session 12, I gave Siegfried the name Agent Reislaw, and no one ever questioned it. Anyway, and then he gestures to Spring and says, "And this is Spring." Spring looks at you, Silas, and goes, "All right."
Howdy. Do you
At this point, by the
did
way,
you want a lift?
a lift? No, we have our own
Yeah, did you want a
transportation.
lift?
But I would like to inspect the contents of your van, please.
Okay.
Are you opening up the van?
I'm gonna whisper. Emergency protocols. On my word, if need be. Smoke drug, like it's something. The machine spirit just starts whirring softly in the background just
Okay.
before the door opens on this command.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Enter.
Okay. So you opening the van, are you?
Yeah, just a side door.
Yep. Mr. Gladstock climbs
No,
up
no.
and inside and starts rooting around inside the van. And as he's in there rooting around,
Okay.
just a second, someone approaches you. Your group, rather. I'm just gonna mark this zealot as unconscious, and these two underlings are panicking around him. As a man comes around the corner in quite a decent suit compared to most people in the mid-hive, and he comes around him and he says, "Well, right, hang on a minute, you lot, wait, right there," and he's addressing you clearly. He says, "I've had a complaint from Mr. Trelane here," and he points behind him, and Trelane from the store is with him. Let me just move him down there. He says you fellas are stealing his supplier. Theranos turns around and says, "We ain't stealing him, friend. We just made him a better offer." And the man in the fancy suit says, "Well, now, hang on, see? If Mr. Trelane don't get his stock, he has nothing to sell, and then he can't pay for his shop. You're doing him out of a livelihood, you see?" And behind this man and Trelane, you see a number of these gentlemen in black outfits begin to move into position. Behind them somewhere, you hear someone yelling, "Sauce! Get your sauce! Fresh and hot, lovely, lovely sauce!"
I'll try it.
And there are now around a dozen of these black-clad mercenaries appearing.
I'm going to get in the truck while these keep appearing. And
hang on. As you go to get in the truck, Gladstock climbs back out through the door and says, "It seems clean enough." And then he sees what's going on and says, "Oh, for Drusus' sake, what is it with you people? I mean, you Desolian people. You're always trying to start fights without knowing who you're up against. I mean, look at us, really. Look at us. Do we look like average, everyday citizens? Do we look like we can't handle ourselves? I mean, we've got a fucking ogre with us." And he points at you, Slab. And the man says, don't matter, sir. The people of the Forgotten Market stick together. You threaten one of us, you threaten us all. Mr. Trelane says you strangled him, and now you're trying to ruin his business. So I'm going to ask you all to leave and not come back, and leave Mr. Cassidy be and all. He can deal with who he likes. Gladstock hops... Sorry?
Can I shoot this guy with the tranquilizer gun?
Just give me a moment. Gladstock hops down out of the truck, takes his hat off, and says, "Or what? Or things get ugly," snarls one of the mercenaries. Mr. Gladstock looks around at the dozen or so mercenaries, and the 6 of you. The odds are not good. "Fine," says Mr. Gladstock. "Have it your way. I hate to resort to this, but..." And he reaches into his jacket, the left side of his jacket, and he pulls out a massive matte black Carnadon hand cannon and casually blows the brains of the man in the fancy suit straight out across his companions. And then he turns to you, Siegfried, and with a bestial snarl, he says, "No witnesses." Everyone roll for initiative, please.
Awesome. Definitely don't activate that cam rig again.
What?
Right. So yeah, this was literally a 3-hour preamble to give Silas and Slab the chance to show off what they can do. Right, let me just... We don't need that round counter.
I'm going to use a fate point to put mine up to max.
Okay, so that's an automatic 10, which puts you on... What's your agility?
13. 13 altogether, because I'm at 38, I think, agility.
13 altogether, okay. Right, let's...
I get a +1 for being wary.
Okay, yeah, another +1.
14. Alright, just getting used to it. First time on his
Yeah, it's fair. It's
call.
fine, it's not an issue. Let's add some turns. Why didn't that work?
So when he says no witnesses, does that mean that kill absolutely everyone?
No witnesses is what he said.
Oh my god.
Fuck off, Roll20. You're such a fucking cunt. Right.
Can go for a pin.
Yep, no worries. I'm going to be a minute setting this up. So Silas is on 14. Slab, you're on a 6.
4.
Oh, 4. Mr. Gladstock. Where's Gladders? There he is. He has all sorts of weird bullshit, doesn't he? He can't be surprised. That doesn't matter. Okay. Fuck is going on with Gladstock's character sheet? That's weird. Oh, I guess it just doesn't feel like rolling for Mr. Gladstock. So I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, an 8. Fairness is... oh dear, not great. The truck doesn't get an initiative. I don't know why that's come up. Oh, fuck off. What is it doing? Okay, 8. Right, that took far too much doing. I'm not sure it's right. It's not. Okay. Okay, so top of the round, I'm just going to give Johnny an updated screenshot.
Okay.
Oh, Not like that, I'm not. You are the green chap.
Okay.
Basically, everyone you can see on that screenshot that doesn't have a name tag below them is one of these mercenaries that are bringing their weapons up to bear right now. I'm just going to grab a beer.
Okay. I'm going to throw a choke grenade at them.
Okay, what are you doing, Johnny?
I'm going to quickly grab a choke grenade and just pull the pin and chuck it in the middle of them. Okay.
Okay, a choke grenade. Cool.
Yeah. Will that provide some sort of smoke screen as well? Or is that not how it works?
Yeah, they do something like that. Just a second, let me check exactly what they do. It's been a long while since we used a choke grenade.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Grenade Man Heresy.
Yeah.
Choke gas grenade. Blast 1d10 plus 3. So first of all, I'm going to roll a d10 to see the area effect.
Okay.
So it'll be 5 meters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Try and put it in to cover as many as possible.
Okay. I'm gonna make that roll for you. So that's quick draw the grenade, half aim,
Yeah.
single shot, range probably, so plus 30.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so it lands exactly where we want it to go.
Perfect. We are the professionals after all.
Yeah. Supposedly.
Yeah. I was just saying inverted commas.
Let me just see what I've got that can do this. 5 meter. That's 5 meter radius as well.
Yeah.
So that's pretty big.
Because there's a lot of them, I thought it's the best way to sort of like, debilitate as many as we can before it kicks off, so that we can get the jump on them.
Well, the assassin, go best, Siegfried.
That's it. Smoke and mirrors, man.
Go for big damage, I'm always impressed.
It's got to be done. I can't wait to get the 2 swords out. I've just upgraded them so we can use them both. So, can't wait to start throwing status. No witnesses. This is like a green light for
2, 3,
carnage.
4, 5. Well, that's why I did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks about right. So I'm going to. Oh! What the hell? Somehow I've just been kicked out of the game. I don't know what happened.
Because we're using a check rest grenade, it's the light that's broken.
It just backed me out of the game for some reason. I don't know why. I was still in roll 20. I just wasn't in the game.
Yeah.
Let's change the music up. Just have to give me a moment while this map very slowly loads again. This is getting ridiculous now. Why isn't it fucking working? So I can't move the map left and right for some reason.
Refresh it.
Yeah, that's... I don't know why it kicked me out. I was trying to show you... I don't know if anyone else can do this for Johnny, but I was trying to show Johnny the size of the blast compared to where everyone was, so he could choose where to put it. I don't know if anyone can help me while that's loading, because I can't move the map.
I
I
want
can
to.
move it up and down, but I can't move it left and right for no reason, because Roll20 is a fucking dick. That's why.
Well, I think where it can conceal a team as best as possible, and also, or maybe just isolate the front few people and take out the main bulk with this choke.
Right, hang on. I've got it now. I've got it. Okay, so
Would have put the enemy in. Down.
Yeah.
It's like the little low point really for it. Back. It depends what range it's got as well.
So, I mean, that is...
Money shot, isn't it?
That's pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Hang on, Johnny, I'll show you what I'm referring to.
I like it, Johnny.
Cool.
It's what I would go for.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. You know, we had it when the mansion got stormed.
Yeah.
Like using the blind grenades. It's like we had a shitload of guys come at us, and it was like we need to fucking stop these guys from being able to see us, or we need to do something to fuck them up.
So
to regain the initiative.
what Choke does two things. One thing it does is it forces toughness tests. Not particularly difficult toughness tests, but still toughness tests. Or people can't act at all. And it also provides line of sight blocking.
Awesome.
So, yep, you hurl this grenade and it goes off. Big cloud of smoke. Takes out pretty much, or encompasses pretty much everyone in the area. Is that you done, Siegfried?
Yeah, that's me done for now.
Right.
That's a half action. I've fired. So have I got any action left?
No. So it was It was a free action to pull the grenade, half action to aim it, and then half action to throw it to where it is.
Yeah, that's me done. Yeah.
Okay. Next up is Silas.
Okay, I'm going to pull my guns out and shoot into the smoke these people.
Okay.
10-foot one in it.
You have quick draw, don't you? Or do you?
Do.
Okay,
Dex
so
all that crap.
so quick draw means
I do.
you can draw one pistol for free.
Alright, well I'll draw one to be my auto pistol and I'm going to go full auto on lead number 2.
Okay.
Here.
So you're shooting into the smoke.
Yeah.
That's going to be a negative modifier, by the way. Why is this not fucking working? Oh, fuck off, Roll20. Why are you being such a fucking ball bag? Why do you always act like a fucking cunt? What's it doing? Like, I literally can't move the map again. Why? What have I done? I didn't press anything. Right. Fucking wanker. Anyway, yeah, so you're, where are you? You're there. So you are shooting at that guy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so half action drawing the pistol. You're full auto. So you're not aiming.
Free action.
That's what
Free
I mean.
action.
Sorry, free action to draw the pistol. You're within 10. What's the range on the pistol? It's 20, I think, isn't it?
Look down. Okay.
So you're at half range. That's plus 10. You're full auto. That's minus 10. And you are also shooting into the smoke, which is minus 20. So minus 20 ballistic skill test, please.
Yeah.
Nice. 2 hits. Roll damage twice.
Awesome.
What's it fucking doing now? This is fucking ridiculous. There we go.
Where are you, guns?
So you've got the 2. One of them is higher damage. The other one's, I think, more rapid fire or something.
They will mess me up having all these name things in the middle because I'm looking for my guns. I've got the gun on my sheet to roll.
Yeah, they're there. They're on your sheet. I'm looking at your sheet right now.
Yeah. Got a pistol. Damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a cover,
So the first one ricochets off this guy's armor, but the second shot seems like it's caused some damage. So that would be 6. You do 6 wounds to this guy. You hear him cry out in pain. Anything else, Silas? That's your action used, but
that's it.
okay. The two preachers here begins to scream, and they start to drag the unconscious, excuse me, zealot away. Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with this map? Make an awareness test. Everyone, sight-based. -20.
Are you zoomed out, Dave?
Sorry?
Are you zoomed all the way out?
What do you mean?
Nah.
No, I mean, I can't...
I find sometimes when you zoom...
No, I can't control the map with other than like double-clicking and dragging on it. I've got like the scroll bars and they won't fucking move.
Okay.
It's just decided, you know, fuck me, I guess.
Crazy. Right mind.
So yeah, give me an awareness test, please, at -20.
Everybody.
Everybody. That's Gladstock. That's Sirus. That's Spring. And 1 for Siegfried. Siegfried's character sheet's just closed itself down as I looked at it. -20 for Siegfried, but he's got sight, so it'll be -10.
I think it might be time to put the. If I put the infrared goggles on.
On your turn, you can.
Yeah.
So Siegfried, you see around the edge of the smoke, you can see the guy that you saw in the shop earlier when you met Silas, the guy in the Mechanicum robes. He's running away to the north.
Yeah.
Next up, it's the mercenaries, or the first 2 mercenaries, anyway. These are the guys that are up on this tower. And they... he's going to move here, and he's going to half aim. So is he, and he's going to half aim. It's Walker Haddington's turn. What's Walker Haddington going to do? He's heard a commotion and he's come outside. What's happening? Thinks Walker Haddington. Next up, it's the rest of the mercenaries. So I'm going to start with this guy here, who is not in the cloud of shit, and he levels his las rifle at you, Slab, and he goes full auto. Whoa. So that would be... Hayden, I'm getting a load of feedback off you all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, stop now. You had an open mic for some reason. Ballistic skill 40, so that's 3 degrees success. So Slab, you are struck 3 times by the full auto burst of las fire from this guy here. The first one does 7 at pen 2. On the body, what's your armor on your body?
Good question. 4 on the body, 2 from the shield, and 6 from the toughness.
So 4, right? So 2. So ignore the shield with that lasgun. 4 and 6. So 6 from your toughness, you say. So your total threshold is about 10. Okay, so yeah, you get splattered with this burst of lasgun fire. Doesn't do anything to you. Inside the circle, everything's about to go fucking mental. You start to hear all this yelling and screaming. Let's see what these guys can do. So he fails. He doesn't. He's going to make it out of there for half an action to move to there. And he's going to shoot at Spring, who is the first person he sees, which is a hit. Spring, she's just staring up at you, Slab, watching you get shot. And you see as this guy steps out of the cloud, it's almost in slow motion. Spring turns and clocks him, leveling his rifle and fires, and she just goes, "Way!" And she sort of like dances to one side, throwing the hands in the air, and she does, in fact, make her dodge. Next up is, who's this? Where's this person? There they are. Okay. They've run there. All right. And then the rest of these motherfuckers in the smoke. Let's see what they do. Fucking pretty much all of them are in the smoke, aren't they, as well? So, that one's failed. This one fails. Coughing. Lots of coughing coming from inside this place. This guy's dead. I don't know why. That's the one Gladstock executed. This guy passes. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to run over to here. Who's this? Oh, that's Trelane. Yeah. Trelane's going to fail. This guy, we're going to fail. This guy is going to pass. He's going to move to there. Take a half aim. So is this guy. This guy's also going to... 1, 2, 3. He's just going to come stumbling out here. Out of the smoke. Fail. And the last guy passes as well. So pretty much, he's also going to take an aim, pretty much 50-50 whether they succumb to the smoke or got out of it, which isn't bad.
Not bad.
And then it's Mr. Gladstock. Gladstock is going to... going to go 1, 2, 3. He's going to charge this guy that's behind Slab, creeping up behind his new friend Slab. And Mr. Gladstock's going to do his own special brand of charge, which involves running very fast and then touching someone. Bit weird, I know, but that's Gladstock for you. He is a weird man.
That's me one time.
So that'll be a plus 20 for the charge. Gladstock grabs hold of this guy's arm. Yep, he doesn't dodge. He tries to dodge, but he fails. Gladstock grabs hold of him and snarls. Slab, you hear this snarl, this aggressive, almost animal-like, as Gladstock grabs hold of this guy's arm. And that's a 5. And he does 2 wounds to the guy, and Gladstock looks massively unimpressed. Like, that's not supposed to happen. He's just got hold of this guy's arm, and he's like snarling, and then he sort of goes, huh? Lets go of the guy and looks down at his own hands, like he was expecting something else.
Did they give him a Chinese burn or something like that?
Spring is going to... Next up, Spring is going to... she's going to quick draw her new revolver. And she's going to half aim at this chap here, which is 1, 2, point blank. So, half aim, single shot, point blank, red dot. So that's plus 60 for Spring. That's a hit. This guy's going to try and dodge. He does on a 12. Next up, it's... guy smoking a cigarette by the car goes, shit! And starts to fucking run. And she runs. The zealot guy is technically unconscious. Oh my god. Roll 20. I fucking hate you so much. Now I can't even fucking double mouse button drag the map. It's just snapping me about for no reason. Why does it do this? I spend hours preparing and I never have these glitches, and then as soon as I start a fucking game, it goes to shit. Right, he's going to run off down there.
No plan survives contact with the enemy, Dave.
Yeah, that's true. You can hear a lot of shrieking and screaming. Sounds like people panicking, running. You can hear somewhere someone yelling "Sauce!" As they run.
Dedicated to their role with it to the very end.
And then it's Theranos. Theranos is going to where is Theranos? There's Theranos. Theranos has got his bolt gun with him, hasn't he? He's going to half aim, single shot at the same guy that. I'm going to assume that he left the heavy stubber in the fucking truck because it's a bit of a weird thing to be carrying around with him. But the bolt gun he can fire at the guy nearest to him. Half aim, single shot, range plus 30. That's a miss from Theranos. And then it's Slab.
I'm going to stab that one.
Okay. Slab has this weapon which looks like some sort of... I mean, it looks like a knife. But in anyone else's hand, it would look like a huge sword. Okay, so you are ganging up because Gladstock also went for this guy. So plus 10 for ganging up. Single strike. You can half aim it if you want.
Yeah, might as well.
So plus 30. Don't think there's anything else.
Oh, fuck off. I'm going to spend a fate point.
Okay. That's better.
Some hard-ass
Jesus, only Joe.
But he can't dodge. He tried to dodge Gladstock's attack, so roll damage, please. Yeah. So yeah, this minion who Gladstock has hold of, you just suddenly swing the large cleaver round. How do you kill him? Tell me how you kill him.
What has Gladstock got hold of him by?
The arm. Gladstock's got hold of him by the forearm.
I'll chop that arm off at the shoulder. So Gladstock is still holding that arm.
Okay.
His lifeless body just falls away from him in a crumpled heap.
Right. Okay.
Nice.
First blood goes to Slab.
Yeah.
And Gladstock looks up at you, Slab, and goes, "Good boy." All right. Top of the round again. It's Siegfried. Let me give you an update on the map. Siegfried.
Shouldn't that be Sirus?
Oh yeah, yeah. Why is that out of order? That's weird. Yeah. Top of the round is Silas. I'll come back to you, Siegfried.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I will give you the updated map.
We have an Alan.
Hello.
Oh hi! It's Antwerpian
Hello.
Alan.
How we doing, guys? You alright?
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
How's my sound quality? Am I muffled at all or anything?
You what?
A
Sorry,
little bit muffled, but you sound alright.
Does it sound alright? Great. Good to see you guys.
You're not
Yeah, you
muffled.
sound good, man.
You're a little bit echoey, if anything, but
Echoey.
we can hear you.
That's the Antwerp factor.
Antwerp, yeah. Bring it in from European style. But
Boy.
yeah, no, I'm just here to hang about and listen to you guys and
Do
have
you,
a bit of nosy.
Do you want a character?
No, I'm good, mate. I've got no.
Would you
no
like
plenty anyway.
Would you like an update on what's happened?
Yeah, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I don't want to commit to a game. I might like pop off at any time, sort of thing. But I thought I'd just
Cool.
pop my head in and say hello.
Okay, so what's
Let me
happened?
know what's gone down.
What's happened is Slab was thoroughly welcomed to the team. Ferinus and Tichelos went to get some sandwiches from Missy, because that's standard now. Siegfried went to get something to eat and had some Rashor soup. Had a bizarre flashback to living in poverty and eating Rashor soup and all these strange memories that aren't his, because he's a noble, right? Yeah? Anyway, meanwhile, Slab and Spring have begun to bond. Venetta said, "I'm not coming with you on this next mission. I've got too much to do. Slab, look after Spring." Took some liberties there. So anyway, the next mission was Gladstock caught Spring with a Xenos pistol. Demanded to know where it had come from. Spring said, "Hey, it was, Canny's mate Chopper Baz." So went to see Canny's mate Chopper Baz. Chopper Baz says, "Oh, I got it off a guy called Silas Cassidy. Lives down over this way. Well, doesn't live down this way. Trades in this market." Everyone went to the market, found Silas Cassidy, a very short, well-dressed, clean man who turns out to be Hayden's new character. Hayden's new character, Silas, was made an offer he can't refuse. You don't work for yourself anymore. You work for the Inquisition. You find alien shit. You find xenotech. You bring it to us, or we fucking kill you remotely, was basically Gladstock's threat. A load of bullshit fucking went down. Next thing you know, they're all going to check out Silas's ride, which is a pimped out Taurox. And all of a sudden, all the locals get pissy because Gladstock apparently threatened a few people's lives. Now there's a fight.
You forgot Walker Haddington.
Oh yeah, and there was Walker Haddington, which Alan kind of knew was going to happen because I pre-warned him. I pre-warned him about Walker Haddington. Basically, as they were approaching the store where they were going to meet Hayden's new character, I had a delivery guy pull up, block a door. The guy that ran the bar and the brewery came out. His name was Walker Haddington. He got pissed off at DPD for blocking his door. There was a scuffle. It was all getting a bit out of hand. But Slab stepped in. Everything got resolved. It was cool. Nobody got hurt. Everyone went home happy. But, oddly, the DPD man had a package from Mr. Gladstock. Strange.
Well, beings. Who are you fighting, did you say?
A load of mercenaries in black uniforms.
Okay. And sorry, what was Hayden's character again? You said it was Silas Cassidy.
His name is Silas Cassidy. He's known as the Pest from the West. He's about 5'2". He's quite well presented, isn't he, Hayden? He's like, you know, he looks after himself. He makes himself look good.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and rejoin the call. I can only see Johnny, and I can't hear Hayden at all. So I'm just going to try rejoining. I'll be right back.
Why is it always Alan that has these problems?
This is not even I can't even blame my cursed PC, right?
Okay, so Silas, what are you up to, man?
I mean, you know, it's kind of fair that I'm calling from another country, so
Yeah,
we'll
accept.
now, but I still can't see Hayden. Say something, please, Hayden. Maybe I've got him.
I'm here.
I can hear you. I can hear you. It says unstable connection, but I can hear you now. So
I'm here.
cool. That's groovy. Nice one.
What are you doing, Silas?
I'm gonna move. Oh, quick draw my gun.
So you've got the other pistol out now.
Into,
I'm sending you a little
into
picture.
Three, so that'll be this person here.
There you go, Al. I've sent you a little picture.
I've just had a thought. I might be able to get onto Roll20. So,
I
mean, it's been using my work laptop, but
if you want to come in, you're welcome to. You can take
Fairness or
or Spring. You can't have Mr. Gladstock though. Oh no!
If you fancy it, because I'm gonna because I want to come up to continue. You can take on
I'd still make 2 good attacks to that.
You can take
just basically. Yeah, you can use Siegfried.
Take Siegfried. By the way, Alan, this fight began.
There's enough that I could cause some mischief with.
Well, this fight began, Alan, with, and I knew Siegfried and Johnny would appreciate this. This fight began with a guy basically saying, "What are you doing? You can't take our dealer away," which is what Silas is. He's a dealer in rare tech. And Gladstock just basically has had a hard day. He's been dealing with retards all day, Gladstock. He's been dealing with Spring. He's been dealing with Slab. They're both fucking idiots. And it got to the
fish stung in the way.
There was a fish child nightlight in the back of a truck. For God's sake, stop it! And Gladstock's at the end of his tether. And what happened was. Basically, the mayor of this town came over and was like, "You can't just take our supplier away." And Gladstock lost his rag and executed the guy point blank, and then turned to Siegfried and said the immortal words, "No survivors." Like, Gladstock's just fucking lost his shit now. Which everyone loves it when Gladstock loses his shit, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's a green light.
Exactly. So, Silas, what are you doing? Let's get back into the present.
I've I've gone into half range, taken a pop shot at the end of my half aim shot at the end of my movement.
Okay, so you drew the other pistol, yeah, for a free action. You've half moved, so you can shoot, but you won't get half aim. Is that cool?
I didn't put half range, but I put short range within 3 squares for plus 30.
That's point blank. So yeah. So short range, single shot is plus 10. Point blank is plus 30, so that's plus 40. Are you shooting this closest guy? Yeah.
Yeah, with the arts pistol.
Yeah, so plus 40. This will just be a single shot though.
It's whatever you've done it as. I don't know if you've got the pistols the right way around, because I think the damage on the auto pistol, then it should be on the solid slug. Let's have a look at that.
No, the damage is right on those pistols.
Okay.
So that's 9. So 4. Minus his toughness. That's 7. So you do 2 wounds to this guy. Okay.
They're all good equipped.
Siegfried.
Do anything else with that?
The 2 guys to the northwest, I'm going to charge. If I can, draw my sword simultaneously. If I can.
You can. Or you can quick draw one of them.
Yeah.
The other one would be half an action to draw. Or you can quick draw it next turn.
Yeah, I'll do that next time. I'll just quick draw one of them and then charge if that's possible.
Yeah, you can quick draw and charge. So that is a plus 20 on the charge. You don't have any like mental chargey bonuses, do you?
No.
Check. Nope. Okay, so I'll make the charge roll for you.
Okay.
Plus 20.
Yeah.
That's 5 degrees of success. That guy has already tried to dodge twice. He's already dodged once and he's been hit again by Silas. So I'll roll damage for the... It would have been another plus 10 on... no, it wouldn't. That's not right. Yeah. You cut through his armor. You do 8 wounds to this guy, which ordinarily wouldn't be enough to kill him. But because Silas shot him first, that is enough to kill him.
Nice.
Yay!
Can I use this swift attack to attack the other guy?
Not on a charge. No, swift attack is like a full action. It's to use while you're already in combat.
Okay. Have I got anything else that I can use?
Not really. No, not at the moment.
No. Okay. Cool.
The zealots, 2 minions, continue to drag the unconscious zealot away, up to the north. This guy runs. So what the fuck is going on? Honestly, I'm having such problems with Roll20 tonight. There are these 2 snipers in this tower south of your position. The first one is going to shoot at Mr. Gladstock. That's a miss. The second one is going to shoot at Theranos. That's a hit. Theranos is going to try and dodge. Oh, no. Oof. Go, Theranos. Theranos dodges. He must hear the shot. He steps to one side and turns and sees these 2 guys in the tower that are shooting down at you now. They seem to be quite a big threat. Everyone else is in this smoke cloud. Then it's Hayden. Then it's Walker Haddington, the man who sold you the beer.
Oh, he's got where him live.
Walker Haddington is going to 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a very imaginative name, that one.
I know.
I have to say.
I know. I went for the Hayden Walker School of Naming.
Yeah.
I think this guy is literally a tribute to Hayden, and he's going to come. You'll see why in a minute. And he's going to come running in over here, and he's going to bellow.
He's going to throw a packet box into the cockpit.
No. Trust me. Just trust me. He's going to run over here, and he's going to yell, "Get off my new customers, you cunts!" The rest of the guys here. So there's a number of people still in the smoke cloud that are choking. There are people behind the smoke cloud that can't get a shot on anyone. They're stuck back here.
How long's that smoke cloud last?
A certain number of rounds. You don't know how many.
Walker Hayden.
This guy here.
Have you made Walker Haddington?
Have I what?
Made Walker Haddington especially.
I've made him special. I made him today for tonight's game. He's a tribute to you, Hayden, in all your glory. He is literally a homogenization of everything you are. Brace yourself. This guy here is going to attack Siegfried. He drops his lasgun and he pulls out a blade from a sheath on his back, like sort of. It's quite low on his back, and he brings it around, trying to hit Siegfried, and he misses.
Siegfried's just going to laugh.
There is a guy behind him who's going to level his weapon at Slab. I'll sort you out in a moment. Alan, and he's going to go full auto at you, Slab. Misses. Fuck. This is not going as I expected. Who else? They're fucking choke grenades, man. They can't see shit. All these NPCs that supposedly outnumber you and you can't see them. Spring. Alan, the character sheet will show up in the NPC agent character sheet subfolder. Just a second.
Randomly, I have access to Gaius's character sheet.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Delete everything.
There you go, Alan. You should be able to see that now.
Loads of off-beat skills.
I've got the black screen, Dave.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
I don't even see the character sheet. Where would the character sheet be? Well, I can see the screen now.
Okay, you should see Spring. The character sheet.
Dave.
The character sheet is in the NPC agent character sheets folder.
Well-rounded characters were made.
Yeah, got it.
Cool. Okay, yeah, there's utter chaos being sown through this single use of a smoke grenade.
I like how Slab occupies 4 squares.
He's a big lad. He's a big fella. It was commented earlier by Spring that you're a big lad. I think you might be bigger than Canny. You'll like Canny. So Spring has befriended him already, or tried to. Where are we? I would... No, none of you can see that. So those guys are all fucked up. Mr. Trelane, the guy that this is all because of, stumbles out of the smoke cloud, and he stands right next to Slab and Gladstock, and he's holding his hands over his eyes and coughing. There's tears streaming down his eyes. There's a little bit of red or pink in the stream of tears as well. It doesn't look particularly good. And Gladstock sees him stumble towards him, and realizing that there's something wrong with Gladstock's ability that he has to grab people and do strange damage, Gladstock resorts to simpler methods, and he pushes the barrel of the hand cannon under this man's chin, and he's going to point blank, single shot, half aim, point blank, single shot, half aim, plus 15. The guy does not dodge. And Gladstock's hand cannon goes off with a deafening boom. It's not that good. The guy moves to one side at the last minute, and Gladstock's shot just sort of passes up through his jaw, out the side of his head, doesn't hit anything vital, and Mr. Trelane, the owner of this shop, stumbles as Gladstock snarls in anger. Spring, it's you. By the way, Alan, Spring has a multitude of weapons. What she's carrying right now is a revolver that I think is called a Raffia Ringleader, is in her main hand, and she has a stub auto in her offhand, but she can dual wield because she's ambidextrous.
But she's not got 2 weapon wielder.
No, she hasn't. No.
Okay.
So she can use either, but if she uses both, it gets really flaky, really fast.
Right. I'll have a quick... Colin, who should I be targeting, guys? I'm just not fully familiar with the battle map, really. I see where I am, I think. I see all these goons.
I'll tell you what, take a minute to have a look. You guys can talk to him if you want, tell him what's going on. I'm going to get a beer and have a wee.
Basically, anything that doesn't have a name tag underneath it.
I don't have a name tag underneath me.
You've got 2 fellas down in the tower, whatever it is, lookout tower to the south of us, with laser rifles shooting at us.
Well, that's not very good. Oh, Spring's pretty fucked as well. She's really low on wounds.
Like I say, you can take over Siegfried because, like, I've got an early start tomorrow. You can have a lot of fun with him if you want.
Well, so I won't be staying the full game either, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm an hour ahead as well, so I don't know what time you're getting off, but I mean, it's 10 o'clock my time now, so I probably won't stay longer than 11. I don't know how long you're planning on staying around, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll take spring. It's fine, unless you're getting off straight away, or how long are you hanging around, Johnny?
I'm gonna. I know it's quite. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off quite soon because I'm getting early start. It's like Monday. I need some sleep before start work, really. So it'll be fairly soon. But yeah, if you want to take a sick read, remember he's got a chem rig. He's got a tranquilizer gun. He's got what's it called? A power sword, a flail-like sword, and he can now use them both in combat as well with swift attack. So he's just very good at dodging. And then you've got the chem rig that can make him ridiculous agility and stuff as well. So you can use that if you wanted to. And just basically, just nuke him, man. Just use all his shit and just. I think he's marked some grenades as well. Just like fucking go to town with him, man. Just kill as many of those kill as many motherfuckers as you can without mercy. Those guys trying to escape to the north. If you want to fucking run those guys down, fucking hunt them down like dogs.
There are people fleeing the scene.
Who's these zealots? What's going on? So I need no survivors.
That was what Gladstock said. No witnesses is what he said. So the zealot that you can see is being dragged away by two younger members of the ecclesiarchy. The zealot was preaching a lot, and Siegfried got annoyed and shot him with a pistol that does basically it's basically a fucking trank gun. He shot him with that, and then the violence broke out, and they're dragging him away, trying to get him away from this scene of violence. So this is literally a scene of utter chaos, Alan. So don't worry too much about doing the right thing. Just do what you feel.
I'll just try. Yeah, I'll just try to make sense of it all because, like I say, it's just taking it all on.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire that main gun. I can't remember what it's called, but I'm going to fire it. See this guy up on this tower. Behind us to the south.
Okay.
I'm going to take a half aim and a pot shot at this one.
Yep.
This guy here, and that's what I'm going to do.
Cool.
So half aim is +10. Got
Single
a red dot
shot is +10. Range is probably +10, and red dot is +10.
So I'll make that +40 again. So.
That's a hit. He does not dodge, or he tries to dodge, but he fails. You hit him in the head. This is Spring's new pistol as well, so... give me, yeah, 5-shot revolver, basically. Slightly larger caliber revolver rounds. Oof! So that is 11 minus his toughness. 8. You blast this guy in the head. You see a chunk of his armored flak helmet come apart, and he stumbles. He's not dead, but you definitely fucking put a serious dint in his head. Anything else, Spring?
Shout it. That'll be my go.
Everyone make an awareness check. It's hearing based. I'll do one for you, Siegfried.
Good.
You've got +10 to your hearing as well, haven't you? So, you hear distantly a voice, Siegfried, saying, "Mr. Fendleton! Mr. Fendleton! We need to get out of here! There's shit going down!"
Mr. Fendleton.
Mr. Fendleton.
He's the old dude that went up to Good Time Lily or whatever her fucking name was.
He's the old pervert who's here for a good time.
I don't think he'll have particularly pay much attention to us, so he's had to get his rocks off.
You never
So
know.
he's not a priority target. Mr. Fendleton, he was the guy in the. Was he the guy in the car?
Yeah, he was the guy getting out of the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a second. I need to make a list.
Dave, I was going to take over Siegfried if he's got no objections to that.
Just going to get a bit.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to get off, Johnny.
Yeah,
nice to have had you here. Wasn't expecting you to be here, so it's nice to have you turn up.
It's nice. Always nice to spend time with you guys. So it's been a pleasure. Great to have some new characters on board as well. Good to see you, Al.
I'll try and do you proud with Siegfried, buddy. Try and do you proud.
Just play, kill as many as you can without mercy, and the more brutally you can do it, the better. Just make it a madman's wet dream. That's all I can say to you.
I understand the mission brief, sir. I understand the mission brief.
So just to clarify, Alan, for you, what Siegfried currently has, he has a power sword in one hand. He also has on his hip the serpentine blade, which is this weird flexible sword that he took from Lord Eldon's officer. He can dual wield those blades if he wants. He also has a almost like a hot shot las pistol, a hell pistol.
He got a sniper rifle.
He does have a sniper rifle, but it's currently in its various components in his long coat. You can assemble it. It takes a whole turn to assemble, which is pretty quick considering how complex it is. But Siegfried is very, familiar with it, so he can do it with his eyes shut.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Enjoy.
Good night, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny.
I'll let you know what goes down. I'll keep you.
Yeah, give me a kill count. Send me a figure.
I will.
Yes, dude.
Okay, mate.
There's more screaming. Somewhere to the south, distantly, you hear a voice fading away, going, "Sauce! Fucking get your sauce, please!" So, for Alan, just to clarify, there was a guy running around trying to sell sauce, and when violence started, he carried on trying to sell sauce whilst running away. Next up is Ferinus. Ferinus is going to take his lead from what Spring's doing. He's going to turn his bolt gun on the guy that Spring was shooting at. He's going to get a half-aim, single-shot range modifier, plus 30. That guy can't dodge. That's a hit. There's this deafening boom from Ferinus, followed by a secondary boom as that's tearing. The guy that Spring hit with the first round explodes in a shower of gore as Ferinus finishes the man off with a bolt gun round to the chest. Next up is Slab.
Chap who's waddled out of the smoke to the south and he's going to get it in the eye.
Okay. This is Trelane, by the way, the guy that was dealing with Silas.
Yep. His fault this has all occurred, so he's going to get it.
All right.
And before that happens, old sweary boy up there was kicking off.
Watch your fucking potty mouth.
Yeah, so Alan, that's something else you missed. It seems that Slab doesn't like people swearing around women, like Spring. He got very upset about this earlier on.
That's going to be a fucking disaster when Canny turns up on the screen.
I know. This is what I was thinking. Like, Canny and Slab are like really well paired, but they're also really opposite of each other. So anything could happen. Make your attack.
Yep. I've got a bonus of +10 from this attack because the last chap died next to me.
Yeah, and also, Gladstock hasn't attacked this guy yet. So.
Yes, he did. He shot him.
Oh, he did. Yeah, you're right. He shot him. So you get a ganging up bonus off Gladstock of +10 as well.
Yeah, I'm at Single shot again. Aim plus 40 total.
Mhm.
It was plus 30 last time.
Uh-huh.
Fucking hell.
Fuck.
Bloody rolls tonight.
He can't dodge. He's already tried to dodge, so roll damage. Yeah, so you smash Trelane. Where did you hit him? 91, that's like an arm. You smash into the side of his arm, and his arm buckles, his chest caves in, and he just slides sideways in a shower of gore into the smoke. You're fairly certain he's dead.
That's 2, boss.
Gladstock turns to you and goes, "Good boy!" Gladstock seems to be getting into this. Top of the round, it's Silas.
Okie dokie. In a pokey. Right.
You can quick draw your other pistol if you want as well. Or did you do that last turn? I can't remember now.
Did that last
For
turn.
P.
Right. So yeah. What are you doing, Silas?
Got enough room to shoot this guy, but he's in combat with a Siegfried, isn't he?
This guy hasn't attacked Siegfried, and Siegfried hasn't attacked him, so he's not in combat.
Yeah, well, he's in 3 squares, isn't he? So I can shoot him at point blank range.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, so it's a plus. What are you shooting him with? Are you using one weapon or both weapons?
Both weapon.
Both weapons. So it's plus 30 for point blank. It's a minus 10 for full auto. But it's a dual shot. So that's another minus 10. So you get a plus 10 from both weapon attacks. So roll one and then
Plus
the other
10.
with a plus 10 on both.
This one's the auto pistol then.
Uh-huh. That's a miss.
I'll re-roll that.
Okay. Just Dave's been replaced by Charlie, look.
Is he licking the chair?
Okay, so that's 3 hits
It's that one.
from the auto pistol. I'm gonna roll a dodge for that. He does actually dodge that, Hayden. He leaps out of the way as this burst of gunfire spatters the wall next to him. But your second weapon attack.
Okay, I'll just get to it. Range weapons. So that's the auto pistol. This one is the weapon attack. So rolled in reverse order. Let me do the attack first.
Uh-huh. That'll be your first damage roll if you have multiple hits. All right, Chewie, calm your tits. All right, I know you're there. You're right there, Hayden. Oh, there we go. So 2. So that is 3 hits from your second pistol. So you fire the first pistol and the guy dodges, and then you bring up the second pistol and unleash another burst. So that's a total of 12 auto pistol rounds you've fired, and 3 of them hit. So the first one is 10 damage. Roll another 2 damages, please, from your secondary weapon. So that is 10, 6, 3. So that's 3, 1, 4. Okay. And this burst of gunfire does a total of 8 wounds to this guy, mainly because you just were a bit unlucky with the rolls there, I think. But yeah, the second burst from your offhand slams into this guy's chest, and he stumbles back for a moment. Unlucky there, Hayden, to be fair. I know it's your new character and you want him to shine, and it's really frustrating. That guy dodged your first attack, and you rolled quite badly on your damage, I think, but unlucky.
I wasn't too worried about it, to be honest. I was just enjoying the fact that I can shoot him twice.
Yeah, you can. You can shoot auto pistols twice if you do it right. Siegfried. Alan, you're Siegfrieding, I believe.
Yeah. Can you give me his character sheet?
Oh, I thought I had.
Maybe yeah. Whereabouts would his character sheet be?
Look under the warband, Johnny.
Warband. Okay.
And I think I've asterisked everything he's carrying. In terms of weapons, he's carrying a hell pistol, his power sword, his serpentine blade, which he doesn't currently have drawn, and he has his sniper rifle broken down in various slots in his coat. And if he has a choke grenade in his inventory, he doesn't because he used that.
Okay. I'll just start off fairly simple to begin with. I'll have a good rummage around his character sheet. He's got quite a lot of gear and stuff.
He has.
I'm going to go for. He's got the power sword out. Did you say?
Yep.
So I'm going to go for a blade master. That's nice.
Yep.
Just going to go for a half aim and a single strike with a power sword.
Okay, so half aim, single attack plus 20. That's a hit. He's going to try and dodge. He fails. That's a hit in the head.
What, you tried to dodge me?
You're right, he did. Yeah. Sorry. No need to work that out. That's a hit in the head. Siegfried twirls the blade round and takes the head from this mercenary.
I'll do keep count, won't you? Because Johnny will be expecting a high kill tally, else I'll disappoint him. So
I have a tally going.
The softer upper.
Exactly. That's the thing about auto pistols. They're not great at killing people, but they're really good at softening people up. Anything else from Siegfried?
now I'll make some arrogant comment.
I was going to say, if you want to make some sort of quip, some sort of witty comment in a bad Sean Connery accent, now's your time.
I'm still getting into it now. It's a bit. I'm going to have to try and practice Sean Connery. I'm nearly there, but I'll keep going into Bane by accident. So yeah, just give me a minute. I'm still putting on the mask. In fact, that reminds me, he's got a mask which can do different people's faces.
He has. He's got the morphologic mask, yeah, which he did bring with him. We specified this earlier, so yeah.
That's interesting. All right. But yeah, I'm just going to. Yeah, that'll do me for now.
Okay.
I can't do a Sean Connery accent without dropping into Bane. I don't know.
Miss Moneypenny, your vagina is exceedingly baggy. That sort of thing. I'll rake your moon, Miss Moneypenny. Okay, more people flee the scene. Where's this chap? Let's have a look. Chewie, just what is your fucking issue, Chewie? All I hear all day, every day, is you yelling at me. What's your issue? Eh? Yeah, you don't like that. My cat's old and complainy, and she just sits yelling at things. She's turned into Victor Meldrew. Just shut up, Chewie. This guy, there's another guy up here, and he appears to have a long-barreled rifle. He half moves there, and he half aims. There is a red dot that traces up Mr. Gladstock's back. Meanwhile, where's Mr. Walkington? There he is. Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington, I've got faith in you.
Mr. Walkington says,
Blind rage.
Oi!
Haddington.
Sorry, Mr. Haddington says, Oi! Get off me, new pals! And his arm comes round, and you see this blade arc out from him, and there is a length of chain between the blade and the man's wrist. And it's a hit. 8. And the guy Siegfried sees to his northwest yells in pain as Mr. Haddington Kyo shogs him in the back. So yeah, Dave, just to point out what's going on here. The token that I'm using here is Hayden's original character token from the other game that we had of Dark Heresy, where he played some like basically inbred hick from the middle of nowhere who had this fancy weapon which was like a very sharp curved dagger on a chain, and he used it to great effect with a lot of bullshit acrobatics, and he rolled so lucky all the time that he got away with such nonsense. And I'm resurrecting Dick Pincher in the form of Walker Haddington right now. And he stabbed this guy in the back. And the guy here moves around here. And this guy moves around here. Chewie, shut up! She just sat behind me on the sofa meowing at nothing. He's right. Let's do the guys in the cloud. Fucking still stuck in the cloud. Okay, this guy's not. So I could just hear my cat being mental in the background. It's really off-putting. This guy scrabbles over the wall and lands here. And he's going to take a shot at Ferinus, which misses. Okay, he gets away. And then it's Mr. Gladstock, after all these guys that you are absolutely fucking owning.
Mr. Gladcock.
Mr. Gladcock. Yeah, that's another thing, Alan.
Simpleton Gladcock.
Slab doesn't quite understand Simeon Gladstock's name, so he calls him Simpleton Gladcock. Gladstock is going to...
He loves that. I can't wait to pick that one up.
You what, sorry?
Okay. I bet Gladstock loves that one, and I can't wait to pick it up. Can't either.
Gladstock's been incredibly tolerant of Slab. He's like, every time Slab says something retarded, Gladstock just sort of goes, "Yes, Slab, that's fine." It just seems to be, willing to accept that this man is a retard. But Gladstock
might be a retard, but he can pull your arm off.
Exactly. But I would kind of like to see a wrestling match between Slab and Mr. Gladstock. It could be interesting. Gladstock spins round with the hand cannon, pulls a half aim at point blank, I think. Yeah, and shoots the guy south of him. Which is a hit he doesn't dodge. He fails his dodge. Gladstock does that much damage. So that's 5 wounds to this guy. And then it's Spring.
So you say this? I didn't kill the guy who's up here, or was that different? Was there 2 up here to start with?
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's all. You maybe couldn't see the first one. One of them's dead. Sorry, Ferinus killed the first one, but this is another guy, and he has a long-barreled rifle with a sight on it.
Okay, so I shall do the same thing again. I shall do a half aim and single shot at the sniper.
Okay.
No, it should actually be a bit more than that. It should be 40, I think, not plus 20. Which will be just enough. Yeah, it should be plus 40, not 20, which is just enough to hit.
Yep, okay. He can't dodge. He's just tried to dodge. Oh, wait. No, he can dodge. But he doesn't on a 55.
Yeah,
That's 7. Cuts through 6, 3. You do 3 wounds to him.
Okay.
And
then that'll do for Spring.
I'd like everyone to make a hearing-based perception check, please. Or awareness check, sorry. Both Silas and Slab, you hear a yell going, Mr. Fendleton! Mr. Fendleton! We need to get out of here! It's all gone to shit! And Mr. Fendleton says, what's your language, Kip? And I haven't arrived yet!
Witnesses.
Where is Lucille? There she is. Lucille's got away. Okay. Meanwhile, the zealot chap is still unconscious, and it's Theranos. Theranos is going to. Let's just have a look what Theranos sees. Theranos is going to swing his bolt gun round at this chap. Oh, he's just out of point blank. But he's going to fire on semi-auto. I think bolt guns go. They do. And he's going to shoot this chap nearby. So that'll be full action plus 10 for the range. I think that's it. Oh. Yeah, this roll's going to be utter bullshit. That's a fail. I put an accidental plus 30 on it. Theranos blasts with the bolt gun. The bolt rounds strike the ferrocrete wall behind this guy, detonating, blowing chunks of ferrocrete all over. That is not a hit. After Theranos, it is Slab.
He's going to get it in the eye now.
Okay.
Just plus 20, I think. Plus 10 from a single shot, plus 10 from killing someone last time.
Did you skip?
No, Silas is next.
Oh, okay.
Slab's right at the bottom of the turn then.
Okay,
Yeah, Slab's last, Silas is first. So.
Must have drifted and far between Siegfried's go.
It's not like you, Hayden. Are you feeling okay there? That's a miss.
I'm going to have to put Coldplay's, not Coldplay, who is it? Who does that drifting song? Can't remember his name. I was going to annoy me now. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to have to put a little song for into the games. It's called Drifting. And then when I see you going, I'll just play it. See if it can summon you back. I'm trying to think who it is. It's Travis, that's who it is. Yeah.
That won't help.
Is that all you got, Slab? Just that miss?
Yeah.
Okay.
It won't help.
Silas, it's now you.
I'm out of half range now. And let's see, how many rounds does full auto do on your bolt per turn, Dave? Bullet-wise.
How many what, sorry?
How many bullets does full auto take on your pistols?
It depends on the weapon, but if you look at the character sheet, let's have a look at Sirus. Sorry,
I'm on it. I've got them in front of me right now. Which one am I looking at?
So,
Arrow 1 to 6.
but yeah, both your weapons are capable of full auto, which is in these cases 6 rounds. So when you see ROF, rate of fire, there's usually 3 numbers. The first number is single shot, the second one is semi-auto, the third one is full auto. So both your weapons can do full auto 6 rounds each.
Yeah, so one of them's run out after last turn.
That would be the Orthlak, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. But the other one hasn't.
Yep, but for half an action, because I've got rapid reload, I'm going to slap a. I've also got quick draw, so I can easily grab a cartridge and slap them for half an action. And for the other one, I'm just going to blast at that guy with remaining bullets in this chamber.
Okay, so yeah, don't worry about how many actions reload costs. It's either it costs a certain amount or it doesn't, based on rapid reload. So you can easily well, let's get your cover sheet back up. So for half an action, you can eject the clip and slap a new clip into your pistol, and then the other one that still has some ammo in, you can fire that for half an action.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay, so who are you shooting?
I'm going to shoot Mr. Yellow.
Okay, so that's a bit out of point blank, but you can't full auto this guy. This is going to be a single shot. So it'll be single. You're still at short range, so that's plus 20.
Okay.
Oof. He's going to try and dodge. He does dodge. I've rolled 2.
Loves dodging me. Oh well.
I don't normally dodge, so enjoy it while you can. But this guy leans back into the wall that he's behind, and the bullets spray right next to where he is. You're so close to hitting him.
He took him fight. Oh, that's. So I've got good reloaded, and I've shot a person. That's pretty good. Good in a turn. Happy with that.
Okay, Siegfried.
Okay, I'm going to, as a free action, I'm going to take a dose of Ghost Fire. And then I'm going to bum rush it. Haydington. That takes a wound. So I'll charge Walker Haydington.
Okay, so you take a wound, I believe. With
yeah.
Ghost Fire, you also slide.
Walker was helping us, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. But, I mean, it's Siegfried.
Oh well.
I mean, it's
that's
Siegfried.
very true. That's very true.
So Ghost Fire is Fearless, Frenzy, Unnatural Agility. It lasts for 2d10 minutes, so roll 2d10.
Actually, there's still. Oh, sorry. There's still this guy in front of me who needs killing in this. So 13 rounds. So I will. Yeah, I'll move up and get this guy first then.
All right.
He's in the way. I'll get past him.
So I'm just going to. So, what's your agility bonus?
So his agility is 3, but he's got. Yeah, his agility is only 33. That's disappointing, Johnny.
Why is this being a dick?
How come his agility is so low? He's an assassin.
But he's got like a thing that doubles it for initiative, and now it doubles again because he's got Ghost Fire in. So Johnny now moves up the turn order.
I see. Cool. So I'm going to move up and attack this guy with the Power Sword again.
You're also Fearless and Frenzied, which means you're plus 10 weapon skill and strength. And I think that's it. So, yeah. Go for it.
Oh no, I've got to re-roll that because I've got Blade Master.
Well, you're so much better at playing Siegfried than Johnny is.
I would have put some points in agility by now, that's for sure. There we go. 13 with pen of 6. Tell me he's got all these basic agility.
I mean, look at that. He's like his agility is only 39, but his dodge is 59. Imagine how good he could be if he concentrated on one area.
Actually, his agility is better than what I thought it was. I misread it because it's fucked up all the formatting. So I thought his agility was 33.
No,
I thought there's no way it can be that. Well, yeah, it looks here that it says 40. So that's much more sensible. But yeah, I thought like for whatever reason he had agility 33, but it's because all the formatting has been screwed up on
someone's fucked up. There's a
the
load of
character sheets.
complaints on Roll20 about it. Someone with admin access has fucked about the character sheets, basically. But yeah, Siegfried darts forward, the blade slashes out, and he ignites the power field as he passes the blade through the shoulder of this guy, and he like takes a cut this way, and the head and one shoulder falls away, killing this guy instantly. At the end of this round, Alan, remind me to change the initiative order. There is a lot of shouting, a lot of commotion. Screaming, panic, fear. Where's this guy? The guy up in this tower down here levels his rifle at Slab. And he's going to fire at Slab. And he's out of shot range. So he moved last turn and he did a half aim. He's doing a full aim now with this turn. So that's plus 20. He is 10 for accurate, 10 for range. That's plus 40. So 77. That's a hit. Slab, would you like to dodge?
Nope. What location does it hit?
Take time to dodge.
That would be in the 35s, which I believe is in your body.
Okay, that's a bit of luck.
Okay, so that is... success on Slab. So, yeah, there's this deafening boom from this rifle up on the tower. And the first one does... okay, so that is... what's your armor on your body?
12.
What?
I
Why
know.
fucking guy?
He's jacked. That's just your armor, yeah? That's not including your toughness.
Oh no, it's 4 armor, 2 shield, 6 toughness.
Yeah, when I ask for your armor, just give me your armor because it's
right.
like it revolves around penetration of weapons. And
Yeah,
stuff.
4.
So 4 is your armor. So that becomes 18. What's your toughness?
6.
That becomes 12. There is this deafening boom, and Slab, you take 12 wounds from this high-barreled rifle shooting down on you from this tower. And it's the most pain you've felt in a very long time, probably since the last time you encountered Spare, actually. So yeah, 12 wounds on Slab. To most of you, that would be a killing blow, or at least a very nearly dead blow. But Slab kind of shrugs it off. Walker Haddington. Who shot at Walker?
Nobody.
Nobody did they, in the end? Okay. He's going to 1, 2, 3 over here. Going to move back to the wall, and he's going to say, "Stop fucking with my business model!" And he's going to lash out with the Kaio Shog at the guy at the back and miss. Okay. There are 2 guys here. They're going to shoot at you, Siegfried. Full auto for the first guy. 10 for range.
Have you been practicing your Hayden accent? Because it does show.
Have I?
Yeah.
And that's a hit on you, Siegfried. This guy here goes full
I
auto.
didn't notice him do a Hayden accent.
I think Alan's trolling us, Hayden. I don't know what he's talking about.
But you're trolling me right
would
now.
All right, let
You've
me
been
just
trolling me since Hayden.
let
Okay, Hayden.
me just be
came on
fucking
board.
perfectly clear. There's a 90% chance that I am permanently trolling all of you all the time. Let's just get that out in the open. But yeah, this guy fucking turns on Siegfried and opens fire with a full auto burst. Al, do you want to try and dodge this, or do you want to let another of Alan's characters die? Another of Johnny's characters die. Sorry.
No, I'm going to. Okay, what shot him? Sorry. What shot him? Did you say?
Lasgun, northwest of Siegfried's position. Guy with the lasgun.
Lasgun. Is there many more to come? Any more shots to come? Would you say? Let's see, Lasgun. Let's have a look at his armor defense. I'll go for a dodge. I don't know. I don't know how well he got. I don't really know what to prioritize for dodging. I'll go for a dodge.
Siegfried's pretty good at dodging, to be fair. Yeah, you dodge behind the wall as this full auto burst spatters the wall next to you. And then after that, it is this guy. What's he going to do? He's still... Okay. Where's this guy? What? Just a second. I just need to locate some NPCs. That guy runs away.
Turn off, Palin. You've managed to give me 5 hours of roleplay today now.
What's that, mate? Sorry? 10 hours of roleplay, you say?
5.
5. That's not bad.
This clock was that time. I was set on my computer.
I mean, you know me, I'll just keep going until someone says stop. There is this person here. Wait.
How did you guys start?
I suppose about 15:15.
It was about, it was almost 6:30. 6:15.
Turned on at 6, but then everything had to update. So.
Yeah, Hayden had some technical issues. What's this guy doing? Another guy emerges from the smoke. He does not. He does not. Oh, this is the one on the slab.
Grenade,
okay, so the one south of you, Slab, drops his lasgun and he pulls out a blade in a reverse grip and he slashes across at your thigh with it. He's going all out attack. That's a hit.
I will try and parry.
Go for it. Is this with the shield or with the blade?
No, I'm a blade.
Okay, yeah, he slashes you in this reverse grip, and you just effortlessly turn his blade away. Where is... God damn it. Where's this guy? Roll20 has almost started behaving, but it's still being a dick. There's a guy up here who's going to shoot at Siegfried. 10. Range, single shot, half aim, plus 30. That's a hit on Siegfried. Siegfried already dodged, yeah? I think this turn.
He has dodged, yeah.
Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what's his armor on his arm, left arm?
Yeah, just a sec. Left arm armor is 4.
What's his toughness? 3, I think.
Toughness is 3.
Okay, Siegfried takes 4 wounds as this shot finds him. It's from this guy over here, if you care about such things.
Okay.
And then it's Mr. Gladstock. Gladstock just strides into the cloud of smoke. 1, 2,
If you want to be in a cloud of smoke, Gladstock.
Okay. There is this high-pitched scream comes from the cloud of smoke as Gladstock walks in there, and there's a tearing sound. Spring, it's your turn.
Do a half move.
Okay.
Just to move her in a little bit. Move it to here. And I'll do another shot at the guy up in the tower.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just moving to a bit of a safer position with her because she's fucked up.
She's been fucked up since before we got here, to be honest. She blagged Dr. Pench. The point was Gladstock was like, you're not going anywhere unless Dr. Pench says you're fit. And Dr. Pench was like, yeah, she's cool, with eyes like saucers. Basically, Spring blagged her way into coming on this mission. That is a hit. I don't think he's dodged, but even if he has before, he fails now. So roll damage, please. So that is 7, 3, 4. You do 4 wounds to this guy up in the tower. He's still alive, but he's been hit a couple of times now. He's looking a bit ropey. Anything else, Spring?
I'll do.
Okay. Everyone make a awareness test, please. Sound based. Okay, so Slab and also Silas, you hear this shouting coming from the north, and you hear the occasional word getting through the gunshots and the gunfire and the general chaos that's going on here. And you hear someone going, "Come on, Mr. Pendleton, they're not interested in us. Let's just get you out of here, sir." The zealot is still unconscious. It's Ferinus. Ferinus is going to, again, mimic Spring. He's going to turn his attention on the guy up in the tower, and he misses. Slab, it's you.
I'll swing at that one.
Okay.
Half aim, single shot or single attack.
It's better. That is, yeah. Oh God. Slab swings this thick-bladed, razor-sharp cleaver at this guy that has emerged bleary-eyed from the smoke and just bisects him, just at the waist, cuts him in 2 halves. And you've all seen the strength that Canny displays in combat, and now you see Slab doing his thing. You start to think, maybe Canny ain't all that.
I'm trying, Dave.
I'm sorry, I'm such a cunt. It's Silas.
You know you can't have yourself, Dave. I'm just calling you out on it.
Wait, no, I need to reorder the turn order here. Just a second. So suddenly Siegfried is top of the round now, and the smoke cloud dissipates, apparently. But I can't select it because, why would I be able to? I'm only the GM. I'm going to go for a wee and get angry about it while I'm weeing. But when we come back, it'll be Siegfried.
Angry pissed.
Angry.
Pardon me. It was funny when you went, Dave. Charlie jumped up in your chair and started licking the seat.
Oh, did he?
First of all, he just sat there posing for a while, you know what I mean, just in the webcam, and then he starts licking the seat. It's like, oh, okay.
He's a bugger for that. He's always licking furniture.
Yeah, I was the same. Preston, he licks like he don't tend to lick the side of it, but he licks the cushions.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a sod for it, but or sometimes he like lick the bed as well. Yeah, I think it's like a nervous thing.
Yeah.
He just does it. Yeah, he just does it when he gets a bit antsy, I think.
Are we talking about?
But yeah. Talking about Hayden.
Hayden licking furniture.
All right, mate. You alright there, buddy?
Anyway, so top of the round. The turn order has changed because Siegfried's dropped some drugs. So Siegfried, it's you now at the top of the round. You've had a haircut as well, Alan.
Me?
Yeah. You've had a haircut, haven't you?
No.
Haven't you?
No, my hair's
sure?
quite long, if anything.
Is it?
Why-
It looks
why
like you've
not?
had a haircut. I thought you had a haircut just to go to Antwerp.
No, it's just an angle.
All right. I thought it was maybe like you believe that in Antwerp they shot people with hair longer than a certain length.
No. No, far from it. I say it's gets a bit curly when it gets longer, so it's definitely. It's been a while since I had my hair cut. So.
Nothing wrong with a bit curly
yeah,
hair.
I'm going to just move up and attack this guy. Who's the nearest guy because I'm still feeling the effects of the ghost fire.
Uh-huh.
So I just walk up to this nearby gentleman and I'll hit him. Yeah, that's a good one.
He fails to dodge. Only just. Roll damage, please. So that cuts through that. It does 7 wounds to him. Okay.
Does he survive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Okay, I'd like to use Furious Assault if I can.
Sure.
Hit.
So I use my reaction. Hit him again.
Yep. Also a hit.
Another 10. Another 7 wounds.
That's enough to kill him.
Oh, we swallowed through.
Sorry?
I rolled 2 threes there. That's wild.
Yeah, that was not the best damage roll ever.
I rolled 2 threes and then 2 10s. Bit weird, that.
Roll 20 is
Bit
weird.
weird. Bit weird. Guys, I'll leave it there as well because I'm an hour ahead of you for a start, and I've got shit to do tomorrow. So
Coward.
you know me, I like my beauty sleep. I need lots of it. I need lots and lots of it.
Enjoy the rest of your time in the foreign lands, Alan. We'll see when you get
I'll
back.
do my best. Yeah, I'll do my best,
thanks.
and yeah, I'll. Cool. Yeah, I was glad to pop in just for a little bit.
Yeah,
I was just thinking. Yeah, I was just thinking. I only just popped into my head when I got into Antwerp. I thought, I've got Discord on my phone. I could probably, pop in for a bit because I realised I was an hour ahead as well. So, I still thought there'd be a good bit of time left in the game. So.
The strange thing is, the really strange thing is, despite the fact you're in a different country on unfamiliar tech, you're still more capable of joining the game and playing the game than Johnny is.
I mean, I do have a laptop here as well, which makes it obviously a lot easier.
Yeah, but your phone. I mean, you're on
just
the
hoping
phone
that-
now, but it sounds so much clearer than Johnny does. Like,
I'm just hoping that they're not like watching what I do on my work computer. You know what I mean? Like, what's he do? What's all this? You know what I mean? It's like he's rolling a power sword attack.
what does it matter? What are they going to do? Sack you for fucking
no,
pretending to be an
it's just,
assassin?
I just don't want them necessarily to be watching me at this moment. You know, it's just like a conversation I don't want to have with my company manager.
Don't get me wrong. I would be horrified.
Yeah. I mean, like there are some people at work who know what I go up to, but a majority of them do not.
No,
So,
nobody I work with knows. Everyone at
Yeah,
work.
yeah, yeah.
You know what's really weird? Everyone I work with thinks I'm really cool. They're always
Yeah.
like, Dave's so cool because he plays in a band, and I walk around work like pretending I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, fuck you, I'm playing in a band, mate. I'll fucking do drugs and I shag them bitches. You know, I'm cool. But really, I'm like, you have no idea. I'm such a fucking nerd.
I have hundreds and hundreds of painted soldiers.
I literally
Green
have
armor, and
five
the lighting is
grand.
exquisite.
I have £5 worth of small plastic models. You have no idea who you're dealing with here. But they do.
Nobody plays more RPG than I do. Nobody.
It comes up in conversation a lot that they all think I'm really cool, and I'm always like,
I'm not gonna lie.
no, I'm not cool. I'm a fucking nerd. Leave me alone.
Oh, dear. Well, that's funny.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, it was nice to see you guys, and I'll see you. I'll see you.
yeah.
So I guess is it next Sunday? Is it dark or is it D&D or what?
I don't know.
What's
We'll
next
do
Sunday?
something next Sunday if people are available. Simple as that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I'll be about to play next Sunday if there's a game on. So, all right,
Okay.
been a pleasure, guys. I'll
Good
see you
night,
later.
Al. Nice to see you.
See you later,
Yeah.
See you later,
I'll see
mate.
you, man. Ciao.
Silas, it's you, wherever the fuck you are right now.
All the way over here.
You're way over there. Let's change your colour actually, because you're like looking very yellow, like a NPC.
Yeah, I look like the enemy.
There we go.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna use my dual attack. Gun sort of.
Who are you shooting at, Silas?
I'm gonna shoot. No, that's me, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to shoot 2 shots at this one.
Okay. You're going full auto.
I will with one and the other one's full auto.
It kind of has to be one or the other.
Yeah, okay. Full auto and on the other one out of bullets, okay?
Okay, so give me a attack roll for the first one. You are short range, but the -10 from full auto cancels that out. So straight ballistic skill test for the first weapon.
Wrap up.
It's a miss. Do you have any fate points?
No, I don't think I do. I think I only had 2.
Okay. Do the other shot then if you want. Oh.
Ah.
Okay. So that's a double miss. There is a guy up here on this platform who was half aiming. I mean, he's been shot by Spring, and he was half aiming at Gladstock. And he's going to do another half aim, and he's going to fire. So he is... Where's Gladstock now? He's there. So that is +20, single shot. He was aiming, so that's accurate, +40. Oh, ooh. No, that's wrong. So, +40. 70. That is 6. Shit. Okay, so the initial shock is 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 3, 7, 3. So that's 20 at app 3. And this deafening boom of a gunshot echoes out across the room. And you see, those of you close enough see Gladstock snaps backwards as his head takes the force of the blow. And he is going to... Oof. He's going to take... that is... and many of you have seen shots like this, violence like this before. Especially you, Slab, and Ed Ferriness would have done as well. And Gladstock stumbles, pushes himself back upright, and I'd like everyone to make a awareness test, sight-based, if it makes a difference.
I can see. I can see, Slab. I can see.
21 awareness, and I've passed 3 rolls with 4,
I know.
5, 7.
So you hear this deafening boom, Slab, and also Silas, and you don't know this Gladstock guy as anyone other than a man who's just basically employed you and took charge of you, and you see him get shot square in the face, and he drops to the floor, and he pushes himself back up, and you think, that's not right. I mean, this guy's just been shot in the face. And he stands up, and there is a hole in his face, and the edges of the hole writhe like they are full of shiny metallic worms, and they begin to stitch his face back together.
Mental.
These
Feel like that.
guys are going to keep going, keep on trucking. And it's it's Walker Haddington. It's his turn, and he's going to attack this guy here. Which does. But that guy dodges. Walker Haddington lashes out with his KO Shog. Misses that guy. And it's Mr. Gladstock. Mr. Gladstock is going to shoot the chap south of him. So that'll be point blank. There we go. With a half aim. Trying to dodge, I think. Yeah, that guy dodges. Excuse me. Where's that guy? These two guys close on Walker Haddington and just open up on him full auto. Just gun him down mercilessly.
Yes.
Up here, this guy's going to go for Gladstock. Doesn't hit. This guy's also going to shoot Gladstock. Gladstock can't dodge, I don't think. Oh dear. Gladstock drops to one knee as he takes another blast from these las guns. Make a awareness check. Everyone, please. Sight-based. Okay.
See nothing.
Guy here is going to... no, he's not going to move. That would be stupid. He's going to shoot at Siegfried. That's a hit. Siegfried's going to try and dodge. Siegfried does dodge. Who's this guy? What's this guy? No, he's already gone. That's nonsense. Come on, sir! Make a awareness check, sound-based. Okay. Spring is going to let's fucking try and make the map actually work for me instead of against me. Why does it do this shit? It's fucking weird. Spring's gonna take a pot shot at the guy up on the tower. Why is she moving? I didn't move her. That's a hit. 7, 8, 9, 10. Minus that. Yep. Spring kills the guy at the top of the tower. The Zealot is still unconscious. And I think he's actually left the map now. Theranos is going to move here. I'm going to fire with his bolt gun. That's a hit. That guy, oops, tries to dodge. Fails. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kills that guy. Let's do Theranos. Slab.
I'm going to charge that fucker in the middle.
Okay.
I've got Furious charge, so I'm plus 30 from that. And plus 10 for killing another one.
Okay.
Does it still count as a single attack?
No, you just get the plus from the charge or single attack. You don't get both.
Really?
Gonna try and dodge you. Not on a 67, he doesn't. Carry on. So that is reduced to 17, and then his toughness. Yeah, that's you just barrel into this guy and just smash into him with your blade, killing him instantly. Anything else?
Nope, that's it. That's 4.
It is 4. You're right. Siegfried. Look at the map, you two. What would you like Siegfried to do?
Murder all the people going into those cars. No witnesses, he said. And take the money.
This car?
Yeah, where he's trying to usher everybody in.
Okay, so Siegfried steps forward towards this car, and he's going to this will be a single attack from his power blade. There won't be a half aim. There will be a plus 10 for a single attack. That's a hit. Oh, it dodges. The old geezer leans to one side as Siegfried's blade slams into the side of the car, straight through the quarter panel. And the old guy shrieks. Silas.
He's still got his todgering in it.
Silas, it's you.
Sorry. I'm still getting used to that name. Right, okay. I do feel like walking over, executing the man, and taking his mantle. Hated fashion. Right, that's just within short range, so... Is it? No. 11. Gonna have to move. I'm gonna shoot the back guy.
Mm-hmm.
There.
Okay. So,
Shoot with a offhand gun. And I'll split empty.
plus 10 for a single shot. I think that's it, isn't it?
So.
Okay.
Okay. Second. Yeah. This is a bit up when it says it underneath it, but it's just no, it's not. It's a
hit. Roll damage.
It's way over going up last turn. So.
Okay, you raise your pistol and fire into the windscreen of this vehicle, and you see this young man in this well-dressed suit reaching out to try and help his elderly employer get into the car. Siegfried comes out of nowhere and begins to assault the employer, and this young man behind the wheel of the car is going, Sire, get in! I can get you to safe! And then there's this crack, and the single round from your pistol passes through the windscreen of the car and hits the driver square in the head, and his brains just splatter all over
First blood! Innocent driver!
the back of the car. And he's dead.
I'll get away that quickly.
It's Hayden Walkington. No, Walker Haddington. I should have thought about this name more, I think. Okay. He's fucking dead anyway, or he's unconscious at the least. Mr. Gladstock. He's going to shoot at that guy, who doesn't dodge. He's only got 4 wounds left. Gladstock blows that guy away. Hi. Next up is, where's this guy? One of the guys up here.
Walker.
He's going to start shooting at you. Slab, full auto. Misses. This guy's also going to shoot at you. Full auto. That's a hit. 4 hits on you. Slab. You can dodge if you want, I think.
Fuck all chance of doing it, but I might as well try.
Okay. So the damage is... So they don't do any damage. One of the hits is a 9 plus 3 at 2, so that'll be 12. What's your armor on your body? Leg?
4.
Okay, so that becomes a 8. And your toughness?
6.
You take 2 wounds from the full auto burst of that guy. And then it's spring. Okay. Spring is going to... Where is Spring? Okay. She's going to... 11 meters. She's going to bring up the fancy new pistol that she has. And fire a shot. I don't know what I just rolled. That wasn't supposed to happen. To that. If she hits, so half aim. Yep. Range +10 for the red dot. So that's a hit. So that's 8 at pen 3. So that means this motherfucker is 7, 4. He takes 4 wounds. Fairness. He's going to follow up on Spring's shot. He seems to be guided by her aim. It's the best way to describe it. So yeah, Spring shoots this first guy, and Fairness immediately shoots the person, bolt round centre mass, detonating the guy. Slab, it's you.
Charge that one up there.
Okay. So +20 for the charge, I think.
+30 for Furious charge.
Yep.
+10 for killing someone.
Okay. Doesn't dodge. Carry on. Roll damage. Okay, so pen 3, so that reduces that to 1. 14 minus the toughness is 11. So yeah, you barrel into this guy and you just strike his head clean from his shoulders. And that's the end of that turn. Let me just look around. Okay, and at this point, you realise you've killed pretty much everyone. The only people still alive that aren't a part of your team are this elderly gentleman, Mr. Fendleton, that Siegfried has at close range. And also, there is this rather bemused-looking, scantily clad woman up north called Good Time Tina or something. Good Time Tilly, that's it. And that's where we'll leave it, I think.
Oh, yeah. Indeed.
Okay.
Right. Thank you very much, Dave. Enjoyed that. Managed to not fall asleep through 5 hours of gaming.
Yeah, you've done well, Hayden. You should probably give yourself some sort of medal.
I won't need it.
Thank
you.
I managed to drink 8 beers and still be vaguely aware of what's going on, so I'm quite proud of myself as well.
You've done a fantastic job. And, loving the old Slava role play tonight. It's been good.
Slab and Silas, very, very different characters. Should be fun.
Just a bit.
Yeah. Right, I'll catch you later, Dave. I'm off for 12 days. If you fancy some Battlefield or that, or fucking Dawn of War or whatever, let me know.
Yep. All right, mate.
All right.
We need to sort out the next D&D as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna put something in the chat tomorrow about that for this coming weekend. So.
Yep. All right, mate. See you later.
See you later.